Internet is slow today. Okay, well, welcome to Hoof Chat. Hoof Chat GED. That's a private joke of mine. Okay. Anyway, yeah, Hoof Chat GED. Uh, so today, we might get in a little later into the wonderful, awesome history of hoof care, which shows us why we are where we are today. Why all the problems in hoof care? Has anybody else noticed all the face group books with different kinds of lame horses but me? Has anybody else noticed that?
Lots of
Everything on,
them.
yeah, a ton of them. People are in real trouble. So anyway, so I got today. We're gonna start out with just a minute. Let me with Who wants to does anybody have a horse they want to look at or feed, or let me see who's all here. Let's see here. Okay, so got Marilyn, got Linda. I know you wanted to look at your horse. We were going to look at your horse, right? Okay.
Sorry, I've got my mouth full here. I'm trying to stuff my gob, having my lunch. Hello, ladies.
Hello.
Yes, yes, the pictures that I sent you of his back feet, and I had
Okay.
some those questions that I asked with regards to Rachel just mentioned earlier, no, Tiffany mentioned earlier how Rachel's session in last week's Hoof Chat was really enlightening, talking about the notches and putting them in the right place.
Okay.
But then also, like with my guy, he's more of a pancake foot, so I'm I'm worried about putting notches in, even though I think I have enough heel. Because I think when I did a little bit too much of being too aggressive with the bars,
Did he
that
get sore?
no, he's been totally good. He's not lame. He not ouchy. I mean, we're
Okay.
walking up and down pea gravel driveway almost every day now, and
Oh,
we're
okay.
not and just trying to get his feet moving on different trains and going out on the pavement as well. But it's just the fact that I don't see a lot of change, right? And I think that it kind of there's some pictures that I see in the past that I think that I may have overdone it, and I'm thinking like, is there maybe something else that I need to be
Do you
doing?
feel like you went the opposite way?
Not the opposite way, but yes, like it went back to where we started almost,
Oh,
right?
okay.
Like, so his feet were very pancakey. I felt like I was doing an okay job of, getting the frogs and that, and I was really trimming the bars down, but I think I was too aggressive, and that's what I was just wondering, whether with a horse with a pancake foot, maybe the bars shouldn't be lowered below the sole, that I've got to keep them level to the sole, even though they're not in the right place. Um,
Okay.
so your thoughts on that? Like maybe I need to be doing more soaking. I'm sort of, just querying all that stuff. And I went
Okay.
out this morning and beveled his fronts and made sure I got those back quarters off the ground to allow things to move. I don't have any pictures from today, but I took pictures of yesterday before I did anything with all the markups that I did. Sorry, that was long, and I think I'm tired because I haven't had anything to eat all morning. Oh, sorry, ladies. Did I lose you, Linda?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Maybe her internet is slow.
Yeah. I I know you mentioned earlier, Tiffany, how Rachel's talking about Rachel's horse last week. That was really, really great information. I actually watched that hoof chat again um, for a second time.
Me too. I watched it. I watched the rerun.
Yeah, yeah. So good that it's all taped.
I must confess, I was a little bit confused about when to leave the heel high versus when to float it or to bevel or to notch.
Yeah,
But I don't think there is an algorithm that is universal.
it's sort of like that horse training thing that says, well, it depends. Right? Like, yeah, it just sort of depends on the situation. It's almost like you have to try it and see if it works, and then if it doesn't work, then you've got to go to something different. So I know I need to get better tools. Like I
Um,
think so
Sometimes what happens too is that you don't give it enough time to work. You
yeah.
know, it'll seem like you're going back and it'll go, But yeah, I mean, you really got to give these things time to work because we're really growing. This takes a lot of growth and change. And yeah, there's been times I thought, oh, I'm going backwards. And actually, it was just a stage the foot was going through to get where it needed to go to. And so sometimes we're just asking for change too soon. So maybe that could be part of it. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And stuff. And so that's why we keep taking all these pictures so we can chart this stuff and try and follow it anyway. Uh, so let's just hope that that's what it is, that we'll take a look at them and we'll just hope it's something. It's just a stage he's going to have to go through for the whole foot to move and change. See? And then start growing from a better spot.
So
So,
being that he's not that contracted, like he's more of a big old pancakey type of guy that would would soaking really be the one of the answers to me really getting that foot moving a little bit more?
I don't know. Have to look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not all knowing. I wish I was.
well,
The
I'm
all
gonna
knowing.
I'm not worthy, Linda. I'm not worthy.
Oh yeah, Wayne's World. That's that's the way I'm with my horses who won't eat only but special, really special hay.
Right.
Yeah, I gotta like take it out on a silver platter. I can't look them in the eyes. I have to look down, slowly go up there, set it down, back off. And then they'll kind of look at it and tell me if it's their approval or not. I got a ton of hay out here they won't eat.
Yeah.
And I look at it and I go, I don't see nothing wrong with it, but they go, eh. But anyway,
I
we'll
sent
take it.
you I sent you 4 pictures the other day of his backs, and if we
Okay,
take a look at that, and
okay,
that's one of the examples of like it doesn't seem to really be changing.
okay,
Seems that the heels are keep on, sure the bulbs just keep on pulling under again.
okay. We'll take a look at it. But before we do that, I want to say hi to Claudia. I don't think I know Claudia. Have you been to our hoof chat before? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi,
I made
Claudia.
some. Yes. Do
Have
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you
Okay.
really good. Where are you calling from?
From Germany.
All right.
And I
Well,
follow you for a long time.
okay,
I
awesome.
don't have always the time to look the hoof chat because it's on a very difficult time for me. But
Okay,
today
well,
it works.
I'll remember you from now on
Hmm.
and stuff. Because a lot of times people come on here and I've just started thinking, man, you need to notice, and say hello to people, find out who they are and where they're at. Well, thanks for being here today, Claudia. And if you got any pictures or something you want to share later or share your story, I'd appreciate it. Would that be okay?
Okay. I
Okay.
have many stories. We have 9 horses.
Oh, all right. That's at least two or three hoof chats.
Yes.
All right. Well, great. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say here in a little while for sure.
Linda,
Yeah.
would would Claudia, if she has a horse with some pictures, since where she is in Germany, I can
It's
wait. I'm going to be
okay.
here for the whole day. Okay.
Okay, because it's later over there,
It
isn't
is.
it?
It's much later. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Claudia, we're just gonna give you the floor here. And if you, I think you can share. I think you're allowed to share. Do you see a place where you can share there? Or if nothing else, you can at least tell your story. But if you have some pictures you want to share or something, and also, I have a new Facebook profile now. And so are I don't think we're friends yet on that one, are we?
I don't know. I'm on the Anatomically group. There are,
Okay.
I think, two groups where I'm inside. The research and one is with pictures also called. In these two groups, I am inside
Okay.
since 2 or 3 years or longer.
Okay. I'm going to send you a friend request. Okay. And
Yeah.
that way you can send me messages.
Hmm.
You can send me messages and pictures and stuff.
Okay.
So let me see here.
Yes. Possible.
Let's see here. Hold on. Um, I'm gonna be on my Facebook. Let's see. Your last name's Breiden. Let's see here. Let me get on there. Breiden. How do you spell your last name?
Breidenstein.
Okay, I think I got it here. Well, guess what? There's only two of you in all
Two.
of Facebook. Yes. It says, I wonder if do you have a picture of you on your, let's see, let me get on here. I'll add you. Now, hopefully it won't come back. You don't know her. You can't be friends. Why do they do that to you? Isn't the whole object of Facebook to meet new people? Not just the people. Sometimes I'll go to friend somebody and they'll go, nope, you can't. You don't know her. Leave her alone. So, okay, I think I sent you a
Okay.
request. Let's see.
I have to look on Facebook. So,
Oh, yeah, I see. I see some horses. It
oh,
must be you.
okay.
Some horses
Yes, it's
in
fine.
a with a wagon. Here, let me share just a minute. Let's see. Where is the share? Oh, I love your little wagon. Is this yours?
I don't see a picture. Where do you mean?
Let's see here. Just a minute. Let me find out where I'm at.
A new share, Linda.
Okay. Well, now it's not even giving me Zoom. There we go. Okay, share. We'll go over here. Let's see. Oh, nope, I'm still messed up. Hold on.
Gott, wo finde ich jetzt die? Mm.
What are you seeing now, folks?
Ah,
Is this you?
I did the answer on your request.
Okay. Let me see here.
Oops. Yes, that's me.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Is this your wagon here? Is this your video?
This is for taking the poo from the paddock.
Well, that's a nifty wagon.
Yes, it's with electric.
Yeah.
Yes, it's very. And
And
the two boys are our little foals now. They are 2 years old.
oh, they're so cute.
Yes.
And they're such helpers. They wanna get that rake and scoop up the manure too, I can tell.
They are helping us cleaning or not cleaning.
Oh, I see. It says BS inspection team here on the
Yes, it is.
job. Well, they sure are cute. Now, what kind of horse is this guy right here with the white face?
It's a halflinger.
I thought maybe. And what about
And
this
the
other
left one is
beauty?
a Shagya Araber,
It's a
Arabian from the Shagyan line.
okay. Well, that's awesome. Okay, so why don't you tell us your story?
Uh, we can tell someday, yes. Um, I don't have pictures in the moment here to show you. I can send you pictures and then we can look.
Okay. Why don't we do that?
Oh, good question.
Okay, and you can say like kind of what you did before tact when you ran into tact or me or whatever if you could just tell kind of that story and how that all came about for you and how you're doing since and stuff like that, you know.
Mhm. Okay. Yes, I tried to do it for some years, but it's not so easy all the time.
Did you? You're in Germany, so were you
Yeah, I
introduced
know
just
Simone Wick.
what?
I know Simone Wick. I think you know.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I love
She has
her.
this weekly, and there I was also sometime in.
That's great. You guys got together.
Yes,
Okay, so you're gonna send me some pictures?
yes.
Okay.
I have to look which one, and because there are many. Some are better, some are not so good.
Hey, Linda,
Yeah.
it's Bert.
Hi, Bert.
Hey, I just want to tell you something real quick.
Okay.
You know, on Cheyenne's foot where I was telling you the cornified frog corum
Yeah.
and I was taking away the periopal?
Yeah.
Well, now it has softened up.
Really?
I have taken half of that just what it allows me.
Uh-huh.
Probably within a week and a half, that corum is like coming to life.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah. I'll send pictures later. You won't be able to tell through pictures, but
Well, still, that's
yeah,
great.
it was like hard as a rock,
Uh-huh.
but now it's getting some, it, it's almost what's exposed is pliable a little bit.
Oh, well, that's great.
Yeah.
Because her
Don't,
her her whole frog was probably pretty bound up, you think?
oh gosh, yeah. Awful. But so we got some life in that foot in the
Good.
frog. Yeah. I'm excited. Bye.
Good. I am too.
Yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to share that with you.
Yeah, well, thank you.
You bet.
If you send me some pictures, do you have some pictures and we'll look later?
Okay. Yeah, we'll do it later.
Okay. Da, 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 da. Well, I'm looking at your Facebook page here. Let's see. We'll go back up and find a picture of something here. Okay. Well, while we're waiting for Claudia, does anybody have anything interesting they've seen this week?
Hoofs or what?
Did you find some pictures, Claudia?
I have to look, sorry.
That's all right. Okay, so we're gonna kind of put you on deck. That's what they say when you go to these showdios. They say so and so up, the next person's on deck, and then the next person's called in the hole. So okay, so Tiffany, how are you doing? How is your gilding? doing with this lady?
Hi, thank you for asking. I have an interesting share,
Great.
but I guess I should say it ends well, but looks scary.
Okay.
Should I message it to you, or do you
Sure.
want
Why not?
to? Okay, hold on a second.
We're courageous here.
Okay, I wasn't prepared. Okay, let me see. All right, so um,
I'm gonna go back to
I'm
my
gonna
page.
send you this. Okay. Um, Messenger. Remember, this is going to be fun. Remember back in Linda Harris, and then I'm going to send you another picture. May 26, 2021, to be specific, I attended a Hoof chat webinar. It was the day before Hefner died. And
Mm-hmm.
you shared an image of, I'm going to try not to cry, of Valor.
Okay.
Um, and you were showing how his frog was moving back, which is what I sent to you. And his the soul was all red and scary looking.
Uh-huh.
But it was an image that stayed with me because I thought, surely she's crazy. That hoof is all red, and how is her horse not lame? And I remember asking,
Mm-hmm.
is he sore? And you were like, no. And I was
Yeah.
like, okay. So I saved that in my database, and then life happened, and stuff, whatever, death happened. And then I stopped being a TAC member. I didn't have a horse to trim.
Yeah.
Anyway, so now I have Joaquin, and we did that thing it feels like over a month ago, where we took his toe down. And if you recall, he was a little bit, as Marilyn calls it, footy, and he had retracted sole, if anyone's doing the continuing saga of Tiffany and Joaquin. And so things were happening, and
Ah.
we had a drought,
Yep.
and oh, am I on the right? You're with me now. Okay. So we had a drought, and then I owe you one more picture. Things
Okay.
got scary, and I thought, well, instead of bothering the TAC members and posting pictures that might scare people, you ought to, Tiffany, talking to myself like I'm Bob Dole, you ought to know the answer before you share, because you might scare people and prevent them from doing tact. So I kept quiet, and I
Mm-hmm.
went back into the reruns, and I rewatched that webinar from May 26, 2021, and I saw what Valor was going through.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, oh, this is it. Like, this is our moment. And so I want everyone to know that Joaquin, my horse, the gelding, was not sore, was not footy, was not lame at any gait. He just had this pink stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I owe you another picture to show you what happened next. One
Okay.
second. I'm nervous for some reason because I feel like I'm going to get judged.
Oh, not at all.
But I
But I
want
know just
everyone,
how you feel.
okay, but I really want to emphasize, I just sent you another picture. Again, he wasn't sore, like nothing was wrong here, just the inside of his foot was changing. And that is,
Yeah.
you see it?
Yeah. Yeah. He sure got a lot of soul, didn't he? Like everything's moving. Looks like to me. Like some stuff moved here. And you've got a lot of, look at all that soul. See? See, you want to see soul that wants to exfoliate because that means that the foot is growing and changing because the whole foot needs to grow and then wear off, you know? And so when you run into problems is when stuff is not exfoliating and renewing. And so intact, we change boundaries from where hooves have been gotten distorted and out of bounds, and so we start changing boundaries, and then Because see, what happens is the internal foot gets pulled into the distortion of the hoof capsule. And then it can only grow the hoof capsule from that position. And so it will stay in a deformed position. And it can often and usually does even get worse. Or the foot just stays the same for eternity, you know, and is not necessarily good. And therefore, if the capsule ain't right, it's holding the foot in a bad position. Well, that's why you see all these people having constant abscesses and problems. And what, me personally, I was just thinking about that. I don't, I understand, Marilyn, your, you know, reason for using it because that's what everybody uses, the barefooters. They don't want to say, yeah, he was tender or he was kind of sore-footed. All right. So I use word footy because it's not as dramatic,
I
you
use
know?
the word footy because people usually understand,
Yeah.
non-tact people understand footy.
Yeah. And stuff. But see, as far as I'm concerned, we can start just saying what it is,
Well,
you
in
know?
my brain, footy means a little tender. I suppose I could say a little tender versus ouch.
Yeah. And see, I understand your heart behind it. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
But with them, you got horses that are sore for 2 weeks and they're calling that footy. You understand what I'm saying?
That's more beyond footy in my estimation.
Yeah. Well, that to them, that's footy. Oh, he
Wait,
might be a little footy, and 2 weeks goes by. In fact, they get better just in time for the next trim.
wait, can I put a flag on the field? I wasn't
Yeah.
trying to throw Marilyn under the bus. I
No,
thought
you weren't.
footy.
You
Okay.
you weren't, and I'm not. And Marilyn, I'm not throwing you under the bus either.
I don't feel under the bus.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, don't. See, I've thought about this for quite some time. How I've watched people use that term and how we adopt those terms. You know, but I want to totally separate us off from their jargon, you know, and people need to realize that when they're saying footy, it's this is a constant deal. And how do I know that? Because I did those trims, right? So I know what horses were like after you trim them. Okay. And so I got 10 years of never really telling people about that. You understand? So I know if I didn't really say a lot about it, you can bet that I know that this is happening, but nobody ever admits it. They just call it, oh, well, he's transitioning, you know, and stuff. They're not talking about, hey, all these horses are sore-footed,
So then
you
then we
know.
go from being a little tender after a trim to being sore for a couple of weeks. Big
Mm-hmm.
difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You can sensitive, tender-footed is one thing. Sore, can't, doesn't want to walk for water for 2 weeks, that's a different deal. And you literally have horses doing this now, and nobody's really saying it. See? And I know that from when I was in Cheryl Henderson's group, and everybody was doing that trim, including me, and she had one trimmer who was a professional trimmer who went out and trimmed a whole barn full of horses. And the owner called, and every single horse was sore. And one horse was so sore that he wouldn't walk to water. He wound up with colic, and they had to call the vet. And the only thing Cheryl Henderson could say is, well, don't give them their money back. Like, what? You know, that's when I started seeing the writing on the wall and thinking about how my own horses were. How you couldn't ride them after you trimmed them. You had to wait a couple days. You know, um, they never were right. But what do you do? Because you've been, you know, indoctrinated with this deal that they're just going through transition, and then here you are, you're in this position. What are you supposed to do? Because they put this image in your head, and obviously you're just not there yet. Maybe it's just around the next trim. See, this is widespread, and they can deny it all they want. Okay, but let me tell you something. When we know the feed on these horses, we know they can't be anything but what we're saying. Okay, so anyway, so anyway, that was just a point I wanted to make about what's going on out there.
So can I
That nobody's
clarify?
talking about. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, not sorry. I just want to build on that because if anyone watches this later and asks, was this horse sore after that trim? No,
No. Yeah.
no, not sore, not footy, not tender, nothing. During that pink part, you wouldn't
Yep.
even know it. And then I thought, oh gosh, I did have x-rays taken, which I can share with you. And I thought, oh,
Yeah, I'd like to see.
okay, one moment, please, because I thought, uh-oh, is that coffin bone going to come through? um, and I could just see a vet coming and being like, yeah, that's the shape of the coffin bone, and it's about to come through. What have you done? And not awesome. He did great. This is just a hoof in transition, and I really want to drive that home in case someone is watching this
In a
later.
good form of transition.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Because what happens is the foot, when you thin things up and put boundaries where they're supposed to be and change things so that the internal foot can just move a little bit back towards where it wants to be. Because these feet are under tremendous pressure being pulled internally into a shape that is not their true shape and form. So there's force on them. Now, since it's fat and cartilage and other materials that belong in a certain spot, since the hoof capsule is pulling all this, it's pulling back all the time. There's constant pressure on this stuff to move back to where it wants to be all the time. And so then when you change some boundaries with some bars, then a little sole, uh, you know, trim down the frog, and you reduce. Oh my, just a minute. I hate this phone. Okay, when you what it does is it allows that foot to just kind of pull back a little bit. Well, that's like your fingernail, right? So when that foot pulls back a little bit, it's going to bleed a little bit inside. Sorry. But what you don't know is it's been bleeding the whole time anyway. And you can see it in these feet if you know what you're looking for. When you see all these feet with all this crusty periopal kind of, it looks like mud, but it's not. That's blood, because the inside of those feet are bleeding and they've got inflammation because they're distorted. And so, in a similar vein, when that hoof capsule, like when you tear a fingernail half off and you got to keep a band-aid on it to keep it from moving. Well, that's kind of like what the hoof capsule is. It's pulled that foot into a distorted position, and then it's just, you got all that dead sole and dead frog, and it's just binding that foot in that position. And then you start trimming frog and sole and stuff, and kind of weakens that enough so that the foot is released a little bit. In other words, the strength of the foot is has a stronger pull than the distorted capsule at that point. And so the foot is able to move a little. Well, it moves a little, guess what? It's going to bleed a little. And that's what you see here. That's that brown. Okay. And it leaches through the sole because the sole and the wall are very porous. Okay. And so just that little bit will leach through the sole into the bottom layers. Like if you were to take and then clean this sole, you'd come to pure white sole and you wouldn't see this brown color at all.
You're correct because after this, so there was 5 weeks of no rain, and then we've just had rain.
Uh-huh.
And I sent you a picture of today. Now, caution, it's dirty. I
That's
didn't
okay.
clean it. I didn't know I was going to be sharing. Go forward because I sent you a blurry one. I'm
Okay.
sorry. It's the same, less
Yeah, look
blurry,
at that.
but it's
And
pure as snow.
man, see, getting that water really helped this foot. Look, his frog looks way more alive. It started to move,
Correct.
you know. Yeah, everything looks better. Look how much his walls have grown.
Yeah.
See? See, yeah, I see nothing but good things here. Let's go back to where you were. Okay. So you were here, and look how that frog is basically a big dead frog. It's not doing nothing. And so, okay, so a little pink there from stuff moving internally, and then it leaches down through the sole. And the yellow, you see that yellow too, because I think that is sometimes that yellow is, well, what happens when you get a wound, right? You get what's called exude. And so this sole goes to work this yellow stuff comes out along with the serum of the blood and stuff like that because stuff is moving, and then it goes through a healing process because the sole has been able to move back to where it's supposed to be, closer to where it's supposed to be. So it's going to grow better. See? Because again, this whole thing has to grow and then wear off. You want the foot wearing off, and exfoliating and keeping growing so everything keeps renewing. Okay, so there we are there. And now, okay, now look at what the sole did. It's pretty amazing, really, the sole that came in. Okay, like see how nice you thinned that out. See, I want to show you. Look at this nice trim that you're doing here, Tiffany. You're doing a very good job. I want to show you a trim by a professional farrier, not to knock farriers, but it could have been a barefoot trimmer because it's a barefoot trim and stuff. But this is a friend of mine in Arizona has a rescue. Okay, and man, she cannot get a good farrier, flat out. So I want to just show you here for a second. Uh, the trim she paid probably $75 for. Just a second here. Here, just a second. This was just done, by the way. Let's see.
That's after the trim?
Yes.
Whoa.
Hey, but he didn't take the heels off because she's not letting him, right? You know, but uh that probably the sole needed to come out, the bars of frog needed to be trimmed down, you know. Uh yeah, that was his trim. See there? And see how bound the foot is? See, more like this foot's real bound and that one isn't. But yeah, this is okay. You see this red here? Okay, that's similar to the color we just saw, right? When you see this on the outside of these feet and you look over here at this one, it's got it too. You'll see it in the periopal and coming through the wall. You don't see it in black feet because they're black. Okay. But whenever you see this nasty periopal like this, you got compromised feet. A good foot will not have that. It will have good quality hoof wall. And so yeah, so this is like a ring of periopal that's traveling down and stuff. So this is a bound foot, and it's going to stay bound forever because of that frog. And of course, then look at the cartilages. See, but this is an example. So Tiffany, you should feel much better about yourself, okay? Because
Thank
because
you.
you're doing a better job than this pro is. And of course, he was just kind of a snot to her and told her she didn't know what the heck she was talking about. Look at all the layers of sole and bar in this foot. See, this foot needs to be cleaned out, but they don't know how to do it. And then with all this barefoot BS, uh, that has traveled around. Oh, don't trim the sole callus. Don't trim the bars. Pete Ramey's on that. Don't trim the bars. They'll just do themselves. Don't trim the frog. Just take the tags off. See? Yeah. So anyway, yeah, you should feel proud of yourself, girlfriend.
I am now, but I really do rely. I reach out to you. There's an anonymous member that I reach out to. I reached out to Marilyn before.
That's okay.
I lean heavy on the group.
That's okay. What's going to happen if I kick the bucket, right?
God forbid.
Yeah, God forbid. God
Uh,
forbid. Yeah. Yeah. I've started really, really trying to clean up my mouth.
I didn't
All
ask
right.
permission.
Because
An
I'm
anonymous.
mad a lot, right? I've got this new deal that well, it's not exactly a swear jar. Okay. But I'm punishing myself when I get mad and swear now. I gotta go do something else and say positive things for 5 minutes. I set a timer, and all I can do is stand there and say positive things for 5 minutes. So okay. So anyway, because positive affirmation, getting rid of anger, saying good things is healthy. You understand?
Yes, ma'am. I agree.
Okay.
I'll kick it off. I think you're awesome.
No, thank you. And I think you're awesome too.
Thanks.
Okay, so what are we looking at here? Who
I
did?
sent so an anonymous friend did this, and I didn't
Okay,
ask permissions. I sent you a bunch because I couldn't see it on my phone. So if you go
okay,
in a different direction, you'll see the unedited. Yeah.
okay. Well,
Um,
that don't look too bad.
which is the four. The hinds are the tricky ones. Yeah, the fours look decent. The hinds are a little bit behind.
What is this? This is
Right hind, I think. Yeah, right hind.
how do you
Right hind.
pronounce his name?
Joaquin, like the
Joaquin.
actor.
That's right. Like the actor
Yeah,
who's
I
been
call
getting in
him.
trouble lately.
Yeah, I call him Kimosabe, like my friend.
Kimosabe,
Yeah, now he's going to be embarrassed.
like like the Long Ranger.
Exactly.
Yeah, Kimosabe. Okay, let's see here. This is the
This is
right hind
this
hoof.
is the foot that you've been looking at with the discoloration and so you'll
Okay.
see.
Well, look here though. See, you know what I like about this? Let me save the image and enlarge it so I can show you guys something. It's got something really good going on here. Let's see,
Well, the
let's
vet
see
didn't say
where.
anything nice, so I'd love to hear something good.
Eh, the vets don't know what the heck they're talking about anyway. Um, it's their profession that caused all this. Okay, look right here. Look at that beautiful coffin bone. It has no distortion at all.
New
In
share,
fact,
Linda?
oh, sorry. See this beautiful coffin bone? Okay, I'm going to go find a coffin bone to show you. This coffin bone's perfect. It has absolutely no distortion in the toe. And you see the shadow around it? That's perfect. It is perfectly nestled in its convex sole ridge protecting the tip of that coffin bone. It's a beautiful coffin bone. You know, um, he is a little ground parallel. That's all. But see, you can see the buildup of the frog and stuff right in here. But once you get that frog released and then get these heels and get the back of this foot released, he's going to wind up with a nice, slightly positive palmar angle. But this shadow here is perfect. And I hardly ever see this on any of them. Okay, I'm going to show you another one. Just a minute. Got to go look it up. Hold on.
I appreciate your interpretation. Thank you.
Well, it's the truth. So what'd that vet say? I'm really curious.
She told me not to touch the sole, and that was before the rainstorm. And I said, I have to tell you, I think the sole is going to exfoliate. I can't keep it in. And she said, well, don't, put him in a boot. Don't let it get wet. Don't let that sole come out.
Oh, she's full of it.
And then she mentioned that he was ground parallel. And I said, yes, I see that.
Oh,
I'm trying
that's
to grow.
good that she saw that.
She, I said, I'm trying to get those heels to come in, but I'm a little bit struggling because,
Hmm.
I don't know what the heck I'm doing. So
Well, you're
um,
doing good.
I'm trying my best. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not killing him because there's horses being killed all over by the pros. Okay. Because everybody has been deceived and deluded. A strong delusion has taken hold of the hoof care industry. And this is literal. Okay. And all the research I've done, man, I'm telling you what. Oh my goodness gracious. It's something else. Anyway,
Wait,
so
before
let
you change the picture, can you go back in this little shadow up where the frog is, and you can't see my finger, but is that a frog stone where it's dried and
just a minute. Let me find that. I'm already in this other
oh,
deal first.
okay.
So let me find that, and then when we go back, we'll look.
Okay.
Okay.
I accept. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean the toe is perfect. Let's see here.
I can't wait to tell him. He's gonna love to hear it.
Okay. Now I need to find a couple here, so hold on. Well, just about any X-ray you look at. Well, here. Okay, we'll open this one too. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna go back now. Um, let's see. Okay, hold on. Share. Going. Okay, so what do you want me to look at now?
Oh, okay. If you zoom in to where the frog is, oh,
Uh,
wait.
oh, where? In
On that
in
one
the on the
X-ray.
X-ray?
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
Oh, okay. Just a minute. Gotta go back to the picture. Hold
I
on.
think you're there. I think this is it. Oh, this is
Mi-
the four. You're right. You're on picture
Yeah,
four.
just a
Sorry.
minute here. Okay. Okay, there we go. What am
Okay.
I supposed to be looking at?
Can you look at where the frog is? Is that like petrified frog? Like, is that a frog stone that's hardened, or is that healthy frog that needs to be? It's a little thin frog.
I can't even see the frog. Where are
What's
you
that?
seeing a frog?
If you move your cursor to the left a little bit, like above the 327, that shaded, is that frog?
That's your collateral groove.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, frogs do not show up hardly ever. This is your collateral groove. And what this is showing, okay, what this is showing that the back of your foot is pulled under
Mhm.
and your collateral groove's going kind of like this. So what's really needed, and see how this is squared out here and kind of weird looking. Okay, so the back of your foot is definitely bound.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, so I'd be for trimming them frogs and getting that frog to release so the back of this foot can release.
Mhm.
See? And then this here will come more back here, right
Okay.
here.
Thank you.
But yeah, this is all pulled underneath there. Now I'm gonna, oh gosh, I'm gonna go throw this phone out the window. Let's see. Can you hear that? That ringing?
No.
Probably not. Oh, good, because it's driving me nuts. Okay, they quit. Yay. Okay. All righty. Okay, let me do a different share. Okay, well, let's look at this one first. These are, well, heck, this shows. Okay, I want to show you the difference. In these, look at the toe. See it there? And see how you can't really see a really nice shadow around the toe there? See it? Can you
Yes,
see the difference?
correct. Yes.
A little bit, maybe? Now look at this one. This one here. Okay, see it's flattened. Okay, now we're going to look at wild horse. Okay, see the toe, see the shadow, and see how sharp the toe of the coffin bone is? Can you see that? Hello? What the heck?
Yep.
Yes,
Can you hear
sorry.
me?
Yes, yes.
Can anybody hear me? Did I mute myself again somehow?
No,
We
we
can
can hear
hear
you.
you. I don't think you can
Yes.
hear us.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. I've seen this little tag it went, turn up the volume. Oh, okay. Okay. So see this nice shadow right here? See how pointed the coffin bone is?
Yes.
And look at it also. It doesn't even look like it has that positive of an angle because this is one of Pete Ramey's wild horse, the one he found in the cattle guard, the 3-year-old mare. This is like the perfect foot, okay, of a 3-year-old mare. But okay, now again, look at the shadow around the toe. See it? This horse has a perfect sole. So, but also look at the back of the foot, and this is where the collateral groove is back here. See that? Goes back to here. Okay. Yours is kind of crunched up under here. Okay. So we'll look at that. Now we'll go back to your horse. Again, keep this image in your face. Keep this image in your mind right here. And this nice pointy toe. And then look at these. See how they're flat? Because what happened was, okay, well, and notice you don't see anything square in the back of this foot, right? You don't see nothing square. But look at these feet here. These are both bound. See how that foot is bound? See the square? This is also off an adopted wild horse, this foot here. Um, and of course, they're trimming the heels out of it. So it's making heels. Now, look where the collateral groove is, like on yours. See it right there? Not supposed to be there. Again, so you look at how nice and pointed the coffin bone is and how this one's worn flat. Okay. All right. So now let's go back and look at your horse. Let's see. Where am I at? What am I doing? Okay. Where's the share? Okay. See the nice shadow, rounded shadow here? See how nice and pointed the coffin bone is? Now, are you seeing that, Tiffany?
Yes, I was just muted, so I apologize.
Oh, okay. Okay, so he's got a beautiful dorsal wall and a beautiful sole ridge and an absolutely beautiful connection of the white line lamina in the toe, totally protecting the sharp ridge of the coffin bone. Yeah, you hardly ever see this, you know. So all you need to do is work on the back of the foot. See? And once you release this, it's going to allow his coffin bone to raise up to a more positive level. And yeah, you
Cool.
know, and and he's got a good amount of soul here. So I don't know what she's freaking out about. Comparatively speaking to most horses, he's got a decent amount. It's not that bad, but it'll get even better once, you know, when this affects the soul and everything. When this is going on in the back of the foot. So the better the back of the foot gets, the better the quality of the sole is going to be. So
Thank you.
yeah, you're doing a fabulous job. Go back and look at the pictures again. Yep, you should be proud of yourself. And so this, let's see. So we got, and see, they're both good. Both have good, nice connection. See, this is the right forefoot lateral. Eh. And this is the right hind foot medial. So both feet, this one was on the verge. Let me enlarge it to show you. See, when you get them, just a minute. Just a second. Need to drink water.
While you're
This,
drinking, I'll tell you when Joaquin and I were first partnered, he had an abscess that was that had ruptured at the sales facility, and I suspect that that abscess affected. Yeah, oh, you see it. That's it.
on this foot,
Wait, where were you just with the images in the box? That was the side view of that foot. That was eerie. No,
mhm.
like wherever you were with, like, it looked like images that you had been saved or something on a desktop.
Oh, let me see here. Just a minute. Huh. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know either, but it was the abscess. It was legit the abscess that I was talking about. Anyway,
Is that why you got x-rays?
no, I got x-rays because I do them yearly to see if I'm messing him up. And this was our first year together, so I wanted to see
Okay.
if I was making progress or damage.
Okay. Let's see. What's this?
I don't
This
know.
is the right fore.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you see how the shadow isn't quite as good around this foot as it is the rear foot?
Mm-hmm.
See it? And you see how he's got a little ski tip there, just
Mm-hmm.
slightly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is usually common what you see, only worse on the ski tip. And so as you correct the back of the foot, that will stop and this shadow will get better. And so the back foot, the toe is better than the front foot.
Mm-hmm.
See? So what abscess are you talking about?
When we were first partnered together, he had an abscess that was growing out, and I suspect that it affected the inner foot.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, for sure. It's coming from the inner foot. Was it on the bottom of the foot, you mean?
No, it came out the top and then
Oh,
half the
wow.
foot.
Yeah.
I swear
And
it was just
see,
on another image.
yeah, and see, that's what happens. That's what happens when people never clean the sole. Okay. Then they'll get something in there and it can't just heal and come out. And so it's got to go somewhere. It goes up and out. See? Let's see here. Uh, share.
Yeah, because
Well,
when he first came, he had 2 layers of false sole.
Oh,
And it
wow.
was like you peeled it off. It was like peel and stick sole. It was
Uh-huh.
creepy.
Okay. Are we back?
We're on the
Was
X-ray.
it this one?
No, it was like on a desktop. It wasn't something that you were sharing via Zoom. It looked like
I
it
don't
was
know
on.
where that could have come from. I
It's a
think that's off of you.
probably.
Yeah, that come from you.
Okay.
See?
Mm.
Huh. Right, left fore, right, left hind. Yeah. Yeah, this is really a good connection in the toe and everything. So yeah, it's good to study these. See, just a slight difference there. And Valor's got most horses do have ski tips because the only thing that keeps these coffin bones pristine is a perfect connection around the toe. And whatever happened from from the back of the foot, his dorsal wall and this was strong enough that it didn't pull it out of sync. So that was good. So that's what's great. You're doing a good job. Look at that. See how this frog is coming to life
Hmm.
here? Instead of just looking, see, it's time to trim the frog. Um,
Yeah, it's a little thrushy. It was kind of self-peeling, so that was before I took a knife to it, but it was a
yeah.
little bit of like looks like the start of thrush. It was white.
Well, and he's probably got periopal growing over that thing too, you know. And he will have a crack right here anyway. That's normal. But see this frog does not have a lot of life. And what I see, regardless of whether it looks thrushy, I see more life in this frog. Stuff's moving. See? That's what you want. You're going to want this whole frog to move eventually. So that because otherwise these bulbs the back of the foot can't unbind. See?
Right.
And stuff. But yeah, he looks great right in here. And just his toe and everything, frog coming to life. You betcha. It's all looking good, Tiffany.
Cool. Thank you.
Yep, you're doing a good job.
So no notches, and there's an outline of that frog. I should let that stay on. Do you see it? It's hard to zoom in because it's blurry, but there's an outline between the bulb and the frog.
Well, I know that this bar here is laid over the sole
Hmm.
and that you're trimming to the distortion on this frog.
Mm.
So when you do trim it, let's see. Let me annotate this.
Thank-
Oops. Where am I? How'd I get there? I don't know how I got here. Just a minute. I lost you. Okay, so you are going to want to map this frog. See how it goes out like that?
Mhm.
We don't really want it to go out like that.
Mm.
Let me see. Let me show you here to stop, share, annotate. Okay, so go right here. And really, probably his apex is at
Yep.
least here. And so you come here and well, here, let's map the frog. See how that goes straight?
Mhm.
So you would cut this out.
It's not sensitive? Question mark?
No, no, that's the whole frog's pulled over that way. So you
Okay.
got to trim this out here. And then, yeah, just kind of trim up here in the collateral grooves. But see how your bar is here? I
Mhm.
noticed on that other two, your bar is right here.
Yep.
See, this one's looking okay, but see what happens is uh uh this heel, in this case, this side of the foot seems to be more trimmed out than this side. And so there's less heel buttress over here. So the wall is pushing forward and out, and it's pulling the bulb with it over to the side. Well, your frog corium is right there. So pull the frog corium over too. And what happens is you wind up trimming to the distortion of the frog. You'll keep going over this way and going over this way. Well, what happens is then you let your bar get over here too. See? Um, just a minute here. Okay, so yeah, you're gonna come down that straight line there, see? And that's gonna, you can clean that up out of
And
there.
now,
And
could
then,
you make your line wider so we can see it?
oh, yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Let's see. Um, okay. So see how the frog is straight right there? I'm just
Yes.
gonna keep going right to there. And I'm gonna clean this out. In here, what that's gonna do, that's gonna expose your bar. And you're
Okay.
gonna see just how much longer that bar is, see? And then you come over here. Well, look, we'll just go straight on there. This one ain't as bad. See there? Okay,
Yes.
but you see how your bar's out right there?
Yes.
So if I was to come over here and come up to like the end of the heel, now I would be taking out lightly off the sole here, um, the side of the sole. Just a minute here. Let me. Okay, all this.
Yeah, it's like butter on toast.
See
Yep.
right there? Because see how this one is,
Mm-hmm.
you know? And so now do you see how they'd be more similar?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah,
Thank you.
so we're looking for symmetry. So if something is not fairly symmetrical, then it's distorted. Of course, you could have both sides that were distorted too. There's an exception. There are no rules. There's an exception to every rule here. There are no constants. Nothing's constant other than basic the basic general structure of the foot is constant, but the feet aren't constant with it. They're always moving around and distorting. So, but you can only you can use that basic structure to kind of judge where things are at.
Okay, I can do this.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're
Thank you,
welcome.
everyone. Okay.
Okay, and then take toe, leave heel. Okay,
Yeah, I'm gonna get a
okay.
t-shirt. Yeah.
So you're gonna leave, heel growing here. Watch this area here that it don't get too high, okay, and stuff. But then you're gonna take down from here forward
Well, I'm glad you
and
mentioned that
bevel.
don't take that down too much because don't I need that area to push up the bulbs if they're slightly run forward from last week's chat?
Uh, 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 uh. Um, well,
Never.
I'm just saying that
Mhm.
this area, you just got to make sure you wind up leaving it high, it's gonna flare out.
Okay.
If you leave it, let it get too much higher than your heels here.
Okay. I understand. All right, we have homework to do tonight. Thank
Okay,
you.
grasshopper.
Thanks, Kimo-sabes.
Uh, Okay, now I have to mute myself and cough. Okay. Alrighty then. Well, Claudia, how are you doing? Did you ever find any pictures?
I
Let's.
didn't manage to load them up. I don't know why.
Okay, that's all right.
I will send you for the next time. It takes a little bit.
Okay, that sounds
I have
great.
so much photos and I can't pick out the ones that I wanted to show you.
Okay, okay. Well, do you still want to tell us your story a little bit here?
Okay,
Or
my
yeah,
story.
we'd like to hear.
I have learned veterinarian medicine and we're working long time in a laboratory. And in this time, I did all my hoofs for myself.
Hmm.
And I had the chance to work with a farrier, which was very good. It was a very old farrier, and he
Yeah.
did much work on balance. And this was the first time when I began to understand what can uh, take place in hoofs, which
Hmm.
problems. And then afterwards, I found your page. This was 5 years ago or so.
Uh-huh. Great.
And um, there I learned much which I didn't know until now, yeah, until this time. And um, since, okay, 7 or 8 years, I do hoofs also of other people, not only my own ones,
Uh-huh.
but also for others. And I had many problems which I couldn't really uh, solve. And much problems got better with the what I learned from you until now.
Great.
Um, but some problems I didn't manage until now. I have, for example, one mare which
Hmm.
has very, very low heels in the hind feet. And the problem was that everything which was growing to there was she how can I tell it? She draws her feet very much if she's walking in the paddock,
Hmm.
and
Okay.
and then all this heels get down,
Oh,
and
she
now
wears her heels down.
yeah, she wears it down, yes, and nothing grows to there, only to the toes.
Okay.
Um, and
That's
before,
frustrating.
yes, that's frustrating. And 3 or 4 months ago, we began to put shoes on it, not iron, but this Duplos. And now
Okay.
the heels are growing.
Great.
Yes, and
Yeah.
the angle is getting better.
Hmm.
It's
That's
it, it's
awesome.
it's it's also a little bit distorted, like the hoof we see now on your picture.
Uh-huh.
Um, this is not good until now, but it gets better. And yes, I'm a little bit happier than in last year. Um,
Good.
and I try to do also this notches a little bit to get the heels back,
Uh-huh.
also on this rubber material. It seems to work. The cartilages get bigger.
Great. Yeah.
Um, but we are at the beginning. It's not
Uh-huh.
finished. Yes.
And this is a
Sometimes
horse.
I learned you can't do without um oh God, how can I tell it? um when they wear all down everything, you
Yeah.
have to put something on so that the material get leaves where it grows.
Yeah, that makes sense. We're all for that,
And
you
she's
know.
walking much better with this higher heels.
Good.
You see, when you train the horse, we are also riding all of them, and
Yeah.
you see that she has less problems with carrying in the back of the body,
Uh-huh.
only on the forehand. Yes. And now we hope that the
That's great.
second mare, which has a similar problem, also will get better with this.
Uh-huh. Well, I bet she will. Well,
I
that's
think
great. And so do you put the Duplos on? Do you glue them or nail them?
I nail. The gluing is so difficult and so complicated. I nail for many years, and
That's awesome.
it's not a problem for me.
Yeah.
and then much easier.
Yeah, I bet it would be, you
Yes.
know,
And you
and
don't have so
stuff.
much chemicals on the hoof. I think that all these chemicals is also not so good for the horn.
Yeah, no kidding.
And
So did that
normally,
farrier did that farrier teach you how to nail shoes on?
yes,
Or- That's great. What a benefit that is.
yes.
Yeah.
The hoofs of my horses got much better since I did it myself.
Yeah,
And
I bet.
in the beginning, we did it with iron shoes because I didn't know this rubber shoes, the
Hmm.
Duplos or something else. Um, but now I'm convinced that the Duplos are much better for
Yeah,
most
they're
horses.
awesome.
Yes.
That's
And not
great.
all have the possibility to walk barefoot, and so you have a good alternative.
Hmm. And stuff. So do you know Mitch then that's in the German group that's making the shoes with the 3D machine?
Oh yes, I know there is also this
That's pretty neat.
Simone does it. Yes, I think
Yeah.
she said something about it.
Yeah, they've been making shoes with the three composite shoes, like not as good as Duplo's, but they've been able to make some really great shoes with a composite with a 3D machine. That's pretty cool too.
Yes, there's another boy in Germany who did it before. I know him personally.
Hmm.
Yes, but a very, very expensive method.
Oh, is it? More, yeah, probably.
It's
'Cause-
much more expensive than the Duplos.
oh, yeah, okay. That makes sense.
And for some people, it's too expensive.
Yeah. I had no idea how much they cost or anything, you know. I used these shoes for a while called Ground Control, and
Yep,
they were pretty good. They were kind of similar to Duplo's. And this
yep.
gal that invented them, she put them on with drywall screws. Can you imagine?
What thing? I
Yeah, she
didn't.
put a they're called ground control shoes,
Yes,
and this lady invented them, this gal, and
yes,
then they're kind of a clear plastic shoe,
yes.
and she put them on with drywall screws.
Hmm.
I'm gonna show you. Anyway,
Okay.
I'll show you after you're done though. Keep going. This is really interesting. That's awesome.
Yes. I know how to glue, but for some horses it doesn't work.
Won't stay on.
No, yes, I tried for this one mare, and because of her this draw, how do you call uh, she puts the hoof around, and then the shoe fits on the ground, and the hoof is turning, and then
Okay.
it
She's
flips off.
like pigeon toes, like they're pigeon toed and they paddle in front.
Now, if she has to turn around very fast, if another horse
Oh,
comes,
okay.
and then she turns on the hoof, and
Okay.
that was the case when the I did it one time for her with the gluing, and they didn't fit for 2 days.
Oh, and then it takes it right off because she's too
Yes,
quick.
yes.
Hmm.
And with the nails, I'd use only 4 nails, and it fits without
Stays right
any
there.
problem.
Yeah, I don't think nails are the evil all that barefoot trimming has made them out to be, you know.
Yes.
And have you noticed now farriers are using copper colored nails?
I
Like,
did it some time, but I didn't see any difference to the normal ones.
yeah, I don't
Um,
think there is, you
because if
know.
you work clean, there's no problem with
Yeah,
fungus or something like this. And with this kappa ions, you also have always put this ions also in the soil, and I don't think that it is so good.
yeah, yeah. I don't have any problem with shoes, nailing on shoes, none of that. You know, you do
Normally, in
whatever.
most cases, it doesn't make any problems.
Yeah.
If
A
you don't
horse.
have any wall because it's broken away or so, then you can do it. It's okay. But
Yeah, some horses' shoes won't, or you can't nail them on because the shoe won't stay on, huh? Because their walls are so bad.
Hmm. Yes, I had a pony many, many years ago, which had laminitis, and there I used gluing shoes, but um, from another company, and this was very nice because you could do anything on the hoof you wanted to, and did not have to look if there could be nails in or not.
Uh-huh. Hey, excuse me for 1 minute. Well, I think it was my daughter that called and I thought it was a telemarketer and I said, "You better quit calling me. I better call and find out." That was oops. She go like, "Okay." Oh man, I better check that out and see. Okay, sorry folks. Uh, let's see here. I hope it wasn't her. Oh well. Should call back. Maybe, maybe not. I told her not to call back. Okay. Okay. Well, Claudia,
Yes,
sorry to interrupt you there, but I had this phone just
I
ringing
had
off
the
the
same
hook in here.
problem. My son was calling.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness sakes. Well, you know what? This is really awesome that what you've been doing and what you've learned and how you got to work with the farrier. I mean, first of all, just the benefits of the tool use that you would have received from him, you know, because that seems to be a big problem for people learning to trim is just tool use even, you know?
Hmm.
So that's awesome. Well, I hope that if you come next week, you can share some pictures with us.
Yes, I show. I look.
Are you still looking?
Yes,
Don't you hate that?
I'm
I know
here.
they're here somewhere. Yep, I
Yep.
can relate. Okay, have you got anything else you can share with us?
Uh, Other problems or other cases. I have many cases also in my for my clients, but without the pictures, it's bad to
So,
show.
so are you a professional trimmer then?
Yes, I do
Basically?
it half time. Half a day I go for others to trim them, and the other time I'm at home because we have many many horses and much to do. And
Okay, wow. Well, that's really awesome.
yes,
Yeah. So how many horses do you have there at the place? Are they all yours or do you board horses for
no,
people?
also all nine are our owns because our family has bought a big farm three
Uh-huh.
years ago in the near to Passau, and we did it because we wanted to have our horses at home.
Yeah, well,
And there
awesome.
we
That's
have much
great.
place, and in the beginning we had three horses and got a fourth for my husband because I have two kids, a daughter and a son, and all we four are riding, and so everybody wanted to have an own horse. And the two mares of my daughter and my son got a foal 2 years ago.
Uh-huh.
When they were six, and then there came a pony, a little, and two other mares, and now we have 9.
Wow, that's awesome. Well, that's so
Yes,
wonderful that you're able to move out to a place like that and have be able to live with your horses
yes,
and stuff, and then you as well being able to trim, let alone shoe, you know. My
yes.
goodness, what a benefit
It's
and
very,
stuff.
very nice. Yeah, the problem was that we didn't have any farriers in our place, which you could get, and which did a work that you would wanted to have.
Yeah.
And so that was the only possibility to do it by yourself.
Hmm.
And
Well, see, that's great.
so I began it, and every time I got new input from other people, the work got better. And
Hmm.
yes,
Well, it sounds wonderful.
and you learn all the time.
Oh, no kidding.
Yes.
No kidding. Yeah. Yep. I know what you mean there. And now, how many kids do you have? A daughter and a
Two,
son, did you say? Two?
two.
Two? And
Yes.
do you mind if I ask how old you are?
Myself, I'm 54,
Aha,
and
see?
my kids are 20 and 18.
And how old were you when you first started learning with that farrier and stuff to
So this is long. It's 7 or 8 years or more.
uh-huh
This
and
was
stuff
before we switched to, as we moved to Passau. Um, yes, can be 10 years ago. He does
uh-huh.
not live anymore. He was
Oh,
very, very old.
was he old? Now how was he just as far as farriers, how was he like as far as the heels on horses and stuff like that?
He didn't trim much the heels. He always said you have to look how the horse is from the angles, and he didn't only wanted to have the hoof in balance from the
Mm-hmm.
from left to right and from the front to the behind, and
Mm-hmm.
did not change too much.
Mm-hmm. So
Um, and the horses walked quite well with this trim.
yeah, see, that's
The
great.
only thing he did not tell me was the thing with the bound feet. I don't know if he knew this,
Mm-hmm.
but from the lateral medial balance and so on, he had a very good understanding.
Mm-hmm. See, that's interesting, to know what some of these old farriers, because he would have been alive when so I have this book, Horseshoeing Theory and Hoof Care, that was published in 1977, where they were starting to advocate for heels again. And that book got really popular before Jamie Jackson came and waylaid it with his phony hoof research. And so I remember watching farriers trim, and they would take very little heel, when they're trimming off with the nippers. I would notice they would take less heel and more toe, you know. I
Yeah,
remember seeing that a lot. Do you remember anything like that?
it's very different. There are farriers which cut much of the heels off. They
Mm-hmm.
start cutting off at the heels, and so you get the angle in most times more flat.
Yeah.
Because if you even if you have an iron under the hoof, you always have the heels slipping on the irons,
Mm-hmm.
and so the angle gets less.
Mm-hmm.
And only very, very little farriers put off more toe than heel.
Mm. See,
That's what I saw
yeah, okay.
here in Germany. I don't know how the other do it, but
Well, this was a long time ago. Now they all take heel to force frog contact. you know?
Some put the frog on the ground, even
Yep.
with irons. Um, and then you have a very, very big problem if you pull the shoes, because then the frog is much too high and the heels
Yeah.
is not too low. This is a
Yep.
really problem. Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's really, really messes up these feet for
yes,
sure. Yeah, so you probably pretty good at pulling shoes too then, since you're
yes,
now when you
um,
pull a shoe, like you know how you have to clench the nails, bend the nails over.
yes.
And so when you pull a shoe, do you just cut the clenches off or do you kind of lightly rasp them off?
I put I have a little thing to open the clinches
Oh, okay.
with a hammer. This is like a very like a screwdriver, which is a little bit broader.
Okay.
How can you, and then you put it under the clinch, and with a hammer you uh, open it.
Okay. Okay, I know what you're
And
talking
then
about.
and then I push the nails a little bit back with a, oh, I don't know how you call it. Um, it's a little round thing where you can pull them back, and then you
Uh-huh.
pull them out on the underside with a Zange. Was heißt Zange, Joe?
Okay, I know what you're talking about.
I don't know all the words in English.
That's all right. You're
It's a
doing
nail
good.
puller.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
that's it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
they
then I pull
fit.
out each nail for itself, and
Okay.
then it drops off. A Duplo you can't pull off with this big
Oh, yeah.
nippers. Yes, that's it.
Yep. Yep. I see what you're
That's
saying.
only possible with irons, not with Duplos.
Okay.
They are too flexible for this and too broad.
I'm gonna see if I can find you a picture of these shoes this gal sells. Um, let me see. Let me undo this here. Where she uses drywall screws to put them on. Like if you don't know how to nail, you can use drywall screws, and I did it one time. Let's see here. Yeah, I was never very good at putting shoes on. I was horrible at nailing shoes. Um, let's see here. Ground. I wonder if she still sells them. Troll horse shoes. Oh, must. Yeah, ground control. Let me see if hold on here. Share. Okay. Okay, I haven't visited this for a long. Oh, they're in different colors now. They used to just be one color. Oh my goodness sakes, look at that.
Mm.
Yeah, well, she must be doing really good. Now they used to just come in this color.
Oh, pink.
Yeah.
Colors for
Aw,
girls.
that's a great picture. Let's see here. Let's see. You can even buy it in other countries. Application with, oh, here we go. Application with drywall screws. Okay, so yeah, so since she didn't know how to nail, she come up with a way to put them on with drywall screws, which I thought was pretty darn inventive. Um, so she shows you, how to do that. So it's like nails, but you're just putting them in from the other side, and then you just cut them off like that.
Okay.
So that's pretty interesting. I did it once. It worked pretty good.
But it works a little bit other than with nails, because nails have this little um, oh God. Inside you have the angle is
Yeah.
coming. Yes,
Yeah,
and
see?
this is
Yeah, so
for
you
the
got to make
nails
sure.
out of the wall. And how do they
Yep.
put
Well,
out the screws out of the wall?
yeah, well, you kind of aim them out. Like you don't like a nail, you can put it in, you can hammer it straight in, but because it's got that bevel on it, it'll angle out the wall. Okay. But these screws, you have to purposely angle outward more,
Okay.
which was kind of difficult, you know. Uh,
Wouldn't it be hard to get them off? I mean, if the head of the screw got the little slots got full of dirt and stuff, how would you get them out?
well, you just clean out them little slots
Good question.
with the what do you call it? Oh, what are those things you put paper with? Paper clip. With a paper clip or something. You just, it actually worked pretty good, but it still made me nervous. You know,
I
I'm
can see
always,
why.
yeah, I'm always nervous. Even when I was nailing, I was super nervous all the time, you know. So I just was never any good at that and stuff. But anyway, this gal, she's pretty good, but you can use nails on it too. You know, she uses nails too. So she does pretty good. They're pretty nice shoes. I can't even remember what Duplos look like. Let's look at Duplos. How do you spell that? D-U. Oh, well,
Duplo.
Duplo horseshoes.
Yes.
So they don't look that much different.
Now the second one, the green ones. That's easy
Oh,
shoe.
oh, this is easy shoe.
Yes,
Oh,
the
okay.
second that was
Uh,
shown there.
oh, it's this
This
one.
with the green one, yes.
Okay. Well, that's pretty interesting. So it has these little tabs too, so that kind of helps it stay
Yeah.
on, huh? Yeah.
That with these caps you don't have so much
Slipping.
no the nails don't have to do so much because when they slip on the ground,
Uh-huh.
the caps are taking some of this of the force
Yeah.
from the hoof.
Okay. Huh. And I kind of like this idea here too with these little,
This little how do you call this? Pixies
yeah,
are for they go
little,
into the sole of the hoof, and
yeah,
then the Duplo does not turn around if they are turning the hoof.
yeah, yeah. See, I really like that. They'd have a lot, the foot's gonna stay on the shoe a lot better.
Yes,
Yep.
in the beginning they didn't have these caps, and therefore they had this little pixies for reducing this forces of the hoof when they are turning the hoof. Uh,
Huh.
but sometimes if you have horses with very, very thin soles, you have to remove them
Uh-huh.
because sometimes they are, they say ouch.
Yeah. Well, those are pretty cool. Let's see here. Man, there's just so much stuff. Uh, Now what are these? Blue Pagos Terraflex horseshoes. Here's another kind. Look, they got some, what do you call those on a shoe? Like on a iron shoe? I forgot.
Tabs?
No, they don't call them tabs. They call them something else. Uh,
Toe clips.
Toe clips
Clips.
like
Flip. So you're
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, clips. Oh, this is a Medic blue. Huh, Medic. Why is it Medic? I don't
I
know.
think those thicker clips would get caught on a lot of stuff.
You'd think. Huh. Well, that's an interesting one. They're coming up with so much because barefoot is a failure. They don't want to say it, but it is. You know, how do we know it's a failure? Well, how many there maybe used to be two boot companies, and now there's 20, you know. Uh Easy Boot used to put out one boot. Now they put out multiple boots and shoes and everything. Why is that? Because barefoot trimming is a failure. Uh, Not because barefoot in and of itself is a failure. Horses can go barefoot, but their trim is a failure, taking all the shoes out, or taking all removing the heel buttress, you know. So let's look here. That's ground control. Huh. I want to get back to, oh, here we were. So see, so many different kinds of more shoes these days. Let's see. Let's see what the images show us. So this one is called a Duplo open toe.
This is for laminitis horses.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's because they say then you have the toe of the calf and bone in this open
Ah,
state.
okay.
I didn't use it until now.
Have you put those on though?
This, no, never. But
No.
this one which you show now, or what?
Oh, this one for laminitis.
No, I didn't do it until now.
Oh,
I always use the normal ones. It works also.
uh-huh. Oh, well, these are mostly Duplos, but if you just had composite shoes, I wonder what would get. Oh my goodness, look at all the different kinds.
Yes.
See? Eponas. Hmm. Man, I'll tell you what. I wonder what kind of these are. Look at those. Huh. Now these, I've seen these before. They look interesting. They have this little cloth thing, and actually those are for gluing shoes on. What do we got here? Gluing the cosmopolitan of oh, this is easy care. Wouldn't we just love to put everybody out of business pretty much?
I've used glue on shoes several times.
Yeah. How do you like that?
Um, they were very good as far as comfort on the foot. I had trouble getting to stay on until I read on one of the Facebook pages to take electrical tape or black athletic tape and wrap it around the tabs on the foot. Then they stayed on just fine.
Oh, okay. Okay, bye. Alrighty. Well, yep, lots of things, lots of materials people can use these days. You know, pretty interesting. There's a glue shoe. Huh. Well, anyway. Interesting, interesting. Like, I wonder how many boot companies there are now for failed barefoot. This is interesting. An unbiased review of composite horseshoes. Hmm. Anyways, okay, well, let's move on. Uh, that doesn't look quite right, but okay. All right, well, let's go back let me get back over here to the group. I can find it. There it is. Stop share. There we go. Okay, well, all right, so let's move on. So does anybody else have a horse they'd like to look at, or something they'd like to know, or a question they'd like to ask, or anything like that? I
Hi,
need to...
everybody. This is Marian. Hi, Linda.
Hi, Marion. How are you?
I'm good. I'm fine. Thank you. How are you?
Good.
Um, I I missed the first part of the Hoof chat today, And I wrote to you a few days ago and sent you some pictures of my mare's right hind.
Okay, we'll look at
So,
that.
yes, it would be great to get some advice.
You
Um,
betcha.
she kind of notched herself, and I'd like to show you, and
Okay,
also would be glad to get some advice on, yes, a proper trim because yes.
okay. Well, we can do that. Let's see here. Yeah, people, if you don't hear back from me, it's not because I'm ignoring you. It's either because I didn't see your post or I did see it and I said, okay, I'll get back to this person, and then I forgot you, and I apologize for that. Um, I'm kind of an out of sight, out of mind person, so you got to really bug me, and I don't mind you doing it, just so you know. Now, uh, are you okay?
Okay, it wasn't a post, but today I sent you many pictures of
Okay,
this
I'm
foot.
seeing them. I'm
Mhm.
seeing them here. Let me let me share. Just a second here. Okay, share. How's that? Is that the right
Yes,
foot? Okay.
that's the right hind,
Okay.
medial side.
Okay. And I see that now is this a gelding or a mare?
It's a mare.
A mare. Okay. So the one thing we see here is she is still kind of walking on her bulbs, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll have to figure out what we can do for her there. So let's just go ahead and look through all the pictures first and stuff. Now, this right away on this picture, I'm seeing that the bulbs are pulled down and
Mm.
under behind the foot.
Mm,
And so what's going to happen is you're going to have to keep growing this part here, this
mm,
heel in here, and allowing it to get longer while at times shortening up some of the toe and the front, just taking it down a little bit. Because I can see right now that more capsule has to be added into the back of the foot back here. Let's see. Well, and see, you can really see it when you see these rings
mm,
and they curl down like that. That's telling you that you have some heel buttress and sidewall that's trimmed out. And what happens is, as that happens, then the foot itself curls around like this, and the foot gets shorter from toe to heel because the heels actually went forward at some point. As the heel buttresses were trimmed out, everything curled in to the back of the foot. So we're going to look here. And so her wall here is curled in. It's trimmed out for sure, but it's also curled into the back of the foot right there. And so this little bit of wall here, as much as possible, you have to allow this to grow, and you want to keep now. Did she do that on her own, that little notch there?
yes. This was
Okay,
after I took it off.
okay, okay. Now that's pretty interesting because you can really see what she's trying to do there. And there are structural reasons why these break out. Okay. So we're going to take a look at that. I'm going to open that in another deal so I can enlarge it. Just a minute here. Okay. Oh, there we
And
go.
I took another picture of the lateral side where this piece of outer hoof wall was still there. You
Okay.
can see it. It's not a very good picture, but I think one can see it. And then I took it. This blue is my marker.
Okay. You did a good
Yes.
notch there where she's
Yeah, I
naturally
just
breaking out.
followed. I just followed the line she broke out anyway.
Yeah,
So
that's
yeah.
interesting. Yeah.
And
It's
before
tough.
I did this tiny notch, if you can see it here, this, yeah, in the back. This is what I did, a little tiny notch, because sometimes I don't dare to do bigger ones.
Hmm.
And then she showed me, no, I want a bigger
I want a
notch.
bigger notch.
I
See,
think.
that's
Yeah.
awesome. And you
Yeah.
can see too, see how the horn tubules are run forward
Hmm.
over here. And so let me show you something here real quick first.
These tubules used to be really like horizontal.
Oh, okay.
So I'm quite glad that they
Yeah.
seem to stand up and yeah,
Yeah. Well, isn't that interesting that she kind of showing that to us herself, isn't she?
yeah.
That this
Mm.
shouldn't be clear up here. It should be back here.
Yeah, I can see
That's
that.
awesome.
And when Claudia told us about her glue-ons and
Hmm.
she can nail them on, I thought, yeah, I should have someone who can do this for us
Yeah.
because it, the heel, I can see that it should grow in more, but yeah, she walks it off also,
Hmm.
kind of, I think.
Yeah, because it's pulled under and so it's horizontal. So
Yeah.
she's kind of wearing it off. So I want to show you something here. Just a minute here. So this here, you could undo this right here, at least. You see
Okay.
that
Mm-hmm.
right in there? Um, let's see here. Let me undo this here. Because this piece, you got a little bitty piece here, and then you got these
Mm.
here.
Yeah.
See?
Way too
And
long.
so, and you see where it wants to crack right there?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's all pressed forward, and this piece here says, nope, I'm not moving. And so then it wants to crack. And so, uh, so yeah, I would put a notch here, definitely, you know, right in there. Maybe just the whole thing like
Mm-hmm.
that. See there? Because
Would you,
definitely she'd probably just break it out herself. This isn't the same foot, is it? Or is it?
it's the same, yes.
It's the same foot as the one we just
Yes.
looked at? Oh, well,
Yeah.
and then, so yeah, so we're right in doing this, right? Because that's really what happened. Let's see. Let's go back. This is the same foot?
Yes.
Yeah, see there? How about that? Look how that worked. Haha. That's awesome.
So would you leave it like this or even take a little bit
I'd
more?
take more.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
thought so
it's one
too.
that's wanting to come
Like,
off.
yeah.
Yeah, in fact, you could come back here. See
Would
where
you
that
please
is right
mark
there?
it?
Huh?
Would you please mark it for me and then I could take a screenshot and
Okay.
take it? Yeah.
See when I look here, okay, let's see here. Just a second here. Okay. Okay, so okay, now your heel is right in here.
Mm.
And so, you know, I would even if you just kind of beveled that there.
Okay.
Let me look at it. Now you need to know that when I look at these feet, it isn't an instant, oh, you should do this. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Uh, it's a, because on the one hand, you're looking at these heels you're trying to grow in here, but then you're
Mm-hmm.
looking at these horn tubules that are going like this. And that's just keeping your bulbs down here,
Yeah.
So what could we do to get this to lift up more? And Uh, you know, so she broke it off up here and it's already stood up some, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, because this is stuff we're still working with and trying to understand. And there are different configurations of the foot, you know, so uh trying to figure out, well, which part should I take? You know, obviously she broke this out on her own. I know what I want to look. I want to look at the sole. So let's hold on here. Did you take a sole picture here somewhere?
There should be so pictures as well, yes.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, this is
Okay,
it. Mm.
yeah. Okay, well, the first thing I see is that this bar here is smooshed all over your sole here. See the difference?
Yeah.
How clean this side is and that side not, you know? And and this heel kind of looks, I don't know, maybe it's not lower, maybe it is. Okay, so you're going to want to grow this part right here for
Mm-hmm.
sure, right here. Let it grow, but you need to also clean this up in here.
Yeah.
See? And yeah, that's wanting to break out it. Well, that did break out already though, didn't it? Or is this a newer shot? Which
No,
one is which?
this is the piece of wall that broke out. I think before I took it, I nipped it off.
Okay,
This picture is the same day. Yeah.
okay, okay. Yeah, you're gonna want to start defining your bars more. See, because that whole bar is
Definitely.
just laid up over your sole here, and
Yeah.
it might be too that it's gonna be thin under there. I don't know. Um, let me.
Probably, yes, but still it needs to
Yeah, you
it
still
needs
have to start taking that out, or it will never change.
yeah.
Let's see here. Okay, so okay, so and here's what we see too. See how wide your frog is?
Mm-hmm.
So we know that the heels are trimmed out and the cartilages and bulbs is pulled down. And for you, the foot has gone wide. Like sometimes the frog contracts and the heels contract and the heels really curl in. But I don't see yours as much as curling in as following and getting wider and pulling the frog wider and
Yeah.
going forward.
Yeah.
So it'll do one of two things. I'm sure there's another 10 things it'll do on there too, but so yeah, so you have to start cleaning up this area here. See, I'd come straight back on that and
Yeah.
straight back here and start cleaning up in here and moving this frog over a little bit. Okay. And I don't know, your frog corium could be close because the frog corium is stretched wide, but
Mm.
you do kind of just try and need to clean that up a little bit. But then uh right here on the side of the foot over here, that's really showing you we can do it a little different here. Wait a minute. Because since it's wide, um hold on. Oh, oh, okay. Okay. Well, what you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to just start taking this off here. See that?
Mm-hmm.
All that. Okay. And over here, this side's worse than this side. You're just gonna have to come up through there. Okay. And kind of just kind of take that over more too. Right in
Okay.
here.
Yeah.
Okay. And
I
of
will.
course, cleaning up your always cleaning up this if there's anything to clean up in there as well. But on top of that, just growing, 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 letting grow, grow, grow. But I think
Yeah.
if you can get rid of some of this and get stuff to stand up a little bit more, it won't wear down as much,
As much, yes. Yeah.
you know. Um, and so you'd want to look on this side too, where the horn tubules over here, you know, and stuff. So let's look at this piece of foot right here. For one thing, if the horn tubules are really run forward, it's just going to hold your heel down, you know.
Mhm.
Let's see. Yep, yep. See, that's pretty deep there too.
Um, Last year from January, it almost took, yeah, 4 months. She had a really bad abscess in this
Mhm.
heel.
This one here.
There was a hole, yeah.
Yeah,
And then I didn't dare to do much and was very careful all the time.
yeah.
And now it turned out like this. And so I'm still, yes, I need others to ask for what, yeah, a little bit, how do you say it, to give me confidence
Yeah, I
to
can
go
understand that.
yes, to, but I think it's developing. Yeah, it's good. It was very, it was much more bound, or yeah, this foot,
Uh-huh.
and the abscess opened it a little bit, so it came back, the bulb, yeah,
Okay, well, you're gonna have to get to the point where you take that
out.
stuff down, dear, or it
Mm-hmm.
will turn into another abscess because it's gonna lay over the sole.
Yeah.
See? And even this bar here wouldn't hurt it to lower this part and take it down here. Because in order for the foot to expand, you're gonna have to lessen the bars,
Mm-hmm.
see, and define them pretty much like that.
Yeah.
You want to take a screenshot of that?
I will.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And yeah, I know after something like happens and you get an abscess, you think, "Oh, I don't want to touch it," you know.
Hmm. It was
God.
scary.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it is.
The whole bar and everything broke off, and the wall, and there was a big, um, how do you say, um, horizontal crack,
Okay.
uh, kind of along the periople band
Uh-huh.
on the side of the hoof, and I thought she will lose half of her hoof lateral hoof wall. So
Mm.
yeah, it was
Well,
quite scary.
in the end, that's probably the best thing that happened.
Yeah,
That
that's what I
that
thought
happened to
because
me.
I followed your hoof chats when Whaler had his injury,
Yeah.
and I thought, yeah, probably it has to be this way that the foot can expand. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, sometimes that's the best thing that happened. They just break it off,
yeah.
and stuff, and then the foot releases. Yeah, that's definitely what happened on Valor.
Yeah.
And so I'm just gonna look here. If we were to, you see how if we were to map that up to the end of the heel where it would take the bars,
Hmm.
see? We want to take a screenshot of that?
Okay, I did.
Okay.
So,
Oh my goodness.
and I think I took a screenshot when you marked the frog, so I will try to bring
Okay.
the frog over as well.
See how the fog is straight right there?
And
Just
then,
come straight back with
yep,
your mapping. See right there?
Yeah.
And you don't know. You just kind of have to be a little careful getting in there because frog is pulled wide. So it could be
Mhm.
close to the surface, but you do still have to start getting some of this frog and this cleaned out of here so
Yeah.
that the foot can release and come back to normal.
Mhm. And also, should I, yes, make a kind of um, what was called central sulcus, but more behind this cleft,
Um,
or would you leave it for now?
you
The
could go ahead and
frog.
clean. You can always clean up your frog,
Yeah.
you know, and stuff. And it looks like, see, this side of the foot has expanded anyway. You see the different layers of periopal you got there?
Hmm.
So it was there, and then the foot pulled away, and it grew another layer of periopal right here.
Hmm.
That's what that is. So it did move when it cracked off like that.
It did, definitely, yes.
Yep. Yeah, your bulb came out the back,
Hmm.
stretched out, and started growing another layer of periopal over it.
And I think as she feels a lot better,
Good.
and that's I'm happy about.
Yeah, I would be too. Well, I know that I know how scary this stuff can be. But if we don't do nothing, you know, so or if then we have somebody else come along and you know yourself, they come along and they're just going to make it worse.
Definitely.
You
That's what
know?
happened all the time. And it got worse and worse. And then I said, no, I cannot do this anymore and I will try myself. And so I
Yeah.
was so glad when I found you and tagged. And yeah, since then I try. I know I make mistakes, and but still I know it's the only right thing to do
You betcha. Yeah, I
for
know
her.
exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
You know, if not me, who? There is no one, you know?
Yes, that's true. And I'm so thankful for the group and that, yes, everyone is showing what's going on and everyone can learn from it. So
Yeah.
really cool. Thank you
Yeah.
to all of you.
You're welcome. Well, thanks for being a part of it, you know? Because with every horse, we're learning something. Look here on this horse. She broke her heel off and her whole heel moved.
Mhm.
So it isn't the tragedy that we think it is a lot of times. Their foot actually winds up in a better place. I know Valor's did. That's his
Yeah.
best heel now.
Yeah.
And taught me some stuff. Taught me I could do that to the foot. I could literally make cuts in the heels and then leave them as a prosthetic and the foot would move,
Yeah.
you know? Kind of like, you see people have one leg shorter than the other, and
Hmm.
so they have a sole that's built up, So I was doing some things, I did some experiments and just cutting into the heel, but leaving the heel there. And it, it,
Yeah.
it loosened up the foot enough to where the foot and the heel moved, but it kept the height. See what I mean?
Hmm.
Didn't lower the heel. Um, and it worked really good in releasing the back of the foot. So, oh
Yeah.
man,
I saw that and I got me a saw, but until now I did not dare yet to do it. And yeah,
but I would first, if I were you, I would why don't you I want to see it clean this bar up and Notch, just cut that out. Or did you cut it out already? That right there. Did you just,
A little bit,
oh,
but
just
not
take,
maybe not
yeah,
enough.
just take that whole thing off. However
Yeah,
far it wants to go, just get it off of there, you know, and then just trim these bars down and call it good for a couple days and
mhm.
take a picture and send to me. And
I
then
will.
we'll reevaluate, okay? And if I something happens I don't answer you, bug me. Okay?
I will, Linda.
Okay. Yeah, I
I
don't mind being bugged. I feel better if people would do that because man, you just don't know. You know,
yeah,
I just have some stuff going on with my brain and stuff, especially now, and
yeah.
I need help being reminded.
Okay, so
So
I think I will be able to do it on Thursday, and I will
okay,
take pictures and then send them to you.
okay, sounds great. Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
And here's the deal. Your trim here looks better than the professional trim and looks better. Hey, I've seen like I don't remember who it was. I wish I'd have kept track of people and their stories better. But who did they have? They had oh, what's his name? Thomas Teskey. Does anybody know who that is?
Never heard
Oh, he's a
of
real
him.
famous vet, barefooter, blah
Mhm.
blah blah.
Doesn't he
Okay,
do teeth too? Like he's
yeah.
a teeth
He,
guy? Yeah.
yeah, he come out. This gal paid him $400 to come out to just evaluate and barely slap a trim on her horse, and it was a horrible looking trim. You know, you have done better than him here. You and Tiffany and all of us doing better than this guy.
Yeah.
You know, and you saved $400.
Yeah.
You know, because here's the thing, you know what these people do. I mean, my God, who the heck does he think he is? Jamie Jackson only charges 200 for a consultation,
Hmm.
email consultation and stuff. Man, some of these people start getting pretty full of themselves, thinking that their time is worth so much just to do nothing for you. You know, it's
Yeah.
insane. But that is the hoof care industry. It's got this underlying, I'll call it a spirit of greed, you
Mm.
know? And that's not everybody. I'm not saying everybody is like that, but it seems like, especially in this whole hoof guru, barefoot entrepreneur spirit, you know, uh, they all want to do online hoof help and charge you out the yang for it. It's the up and coming thing. Haven't you noticed all the ads? Like all the ads, if you know anything, you can teach people and they'll give you money. Has everybody been seeing that or just me? You know, you can join Teachable or you can join school or you can do this or you can do that. Money, 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 money. See?
Mm.
And so the hoof care industry has gone nuts on that. Everybody and their dog is an expert now. you know, got these one gals and I just am mortified by what they have been led to do. Because now they're saying if your horse isn't sore after a trim, there's a problem. If he's sore, it's because he's building up his digital cushion. And they're literally raping feet. That I can only describe it as that. It's horrifying, and I just cringe. But see, they've been like me. Of course, I'm going to stand up for myself. Well, no, I probably was as bad as they are, in the
Yeah.
stuff I was taken off of the feet because that's the image that was put in my brain, you know? And so I just now I feel sorry for people that have been so misled, like I was misled, like we've all been misled like that.
Mhm.
But now, see, nobody ever used to say if your horse is sore, it's a good thing. You know, that was just kind of pushed under the rug, or we use the word footy. You know what I mean? And now it's just a totally out in the open deal. You know, it's it's too bad. And then of course when the horse gets really, really bad, it's something he ate, you know.
Yeah, we had this. It has been said that she couldn't walk at all after the last time a trimmer did her.
Hmm.
She
Yeah.
couldn't walk. She wouldn't walk. She didn't want to walk.
Oh,
And then they told me, yeah, it's what you feed her. It's too much of this, too much of that. Yeah, maybe it also can maybe be a part of it, but in this case, it was definitely the trim.
yep,
Directly afterwards, she wouldn't
yep.
walk, and I cried. And
Oh,
then I told him and
yeah.
sent him the video, and he didn't even answer.
Yeah, of course not. They don't know
So,
what to do. They
yeah.
have been programmed and indoctrinated with this garbage.
Mhm.
See? And so they don't know. You know, it's a terrible thing that people are being taught. Um, and yeah, it's worse than what people can even fathom. The deceit that has got all this going originally and stuff. And it's all from trimming the heels out and forcing frog contact. That's it,
Yeah.
you know. So, well, I'm glad you're with us, you know, and that and things will get better for you too. You know, it's this has been a long, hard road for all of us learning, you know.
Yeah. But
And
it's good to be here and to have this, yeah,
yeah,
these tagged groups and all these nice ladies.
yeah, they are nice, aren't they? We
Yeah.
try and be
They,
nice. We're not the mean girls,
no, we're not.
and they're out there. Oh,
Mariam,
Yeah.
Eva Sund here. May I just come in for a quickie?
you betcha.
When we look at the heels here,
Hmm.
if Marion, if you look at the corner between the hoof wall and the bar,
Hmm.
when you will remove the bar, you will actually you will back the heel without lowering the heel, the hoof wall. I think you will see that when you're working on the hoofs, that you actually will get a bigger hoof backwards.
Are you talking about this side here?
Yes.
Okay.
So you can think that you're actually getting a bigger hoof and you're taking the hoof wall further back just by removing part of that
Yeah, just by getting
bar.
rid of this bar here for
That
Yeah.
sure.
bar, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
So you will
that'll help a
have a
lot.
better balance on the hoof wall immediately. So
Mhm.
it's just a good work to do.
Okay, that's what Linda marked before. Were you
Yes,
there
yes,
already?
yes.
And
I seen
okay.
the mark. That was when I started attending. But
Hmm.
you can see for your with your own eyes when you watch from above the sole how much bigger the heels will look.
It will be
How
the
much
whole.
how you will bring the whole hoof wall backwards when you remove part of the bar like that.
Okay. Hmm.
Yeah, that'll help for sure.
So you get a nice bigger hoof.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, with the marks now, it's yeah, for sure.
And you'll
And
still have some heel, but and stuff. So we're gonna grow this here,
yeah.
and then this here, just right here and right here. So we're trying to grow that in.
Hmm.
Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or that you want to ask about or want us to look about on the foot?
I think that's uh, it for now.
Okay.
And I will try on Thursday and then send you what pictures of what I did.
Okay, that sounds great.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Linda, I have a question on this notching. If you
Okay.
remove this part of the wall, do you only remove the wall or do you also make a little groove in the sole in this area?
Well,
Or only the wall?
well, if the sole is way wider, like there's been times when the distance from here to here, okay, if it was way wider over here, see, it's a little bit wider there. But
Yes,
sometimes when it's way asymmetrical, like out here, and your sole would be pulled clear out to there,
yes.
then I would go ahead and just rasp in and make it look like about the same width. Because I got to thinking, how can that wall pull in or even back up if the sole is pushing it out right there? What do
Hmm.
you think? I've done it just like I used to. I never do it in the toe. I won't say I won't ever do it, but I never do it anymore. Where I used to do rocker toes, where you would measure the toe and it looked like the toe should be here. And so you rasp off the toe into the sole right there. But I have done this a number of times on the side of the foot where the foot is really asymmetrical and wider. And just a minute here. Eh.
Yes, I had a case like this where the one wall, it was not the inside but the outside wall. It was very asymmetrical in comparison to the inner side. And I did a groove also in the sole, and it took 2 times, and the hoof looked nearly normal after the
Okay. Well, looky there. See how that,
all this outside pulled wall and sole was gone.
uh-huh. Okay, so that agrees with what I've done too. All right. Like I would let it go for a long time and I'd keep taking the wall over. And then I remember, hey, maybe you ought to take that sole too. So then I would take off the wall, but then I would go ahead and bevel past the white line, like let's see here. Uh, okay, so like if you had a white line, which you usually don't, but you know where the sole normally would be, would say, uh, like say it comes clear out here, you know, and your sole is clear to there, but this side's narrower, and so if it was going to be the same width, it would come out. Let me make this thicker. So let's say this is your sole is out to here, okay? But I want it to be the same width as this, which is be about here. So I would bevel into the wall about to there.
Okay,
See how now it would be about the same width from here to here and from here to here?
okay,
Because, okay, so this heel is pushing out. Notice how it's pushing out that way and pushing forward. And what's it making the wall do? It's making the wall bulge out and separate. Plus, you've also got the fact that the horn tubules, instead of coming down like this on that side, are going forward like so, right? So everything is keeping and pushing that wall out. So now it's pulled the sole out there too. So if you don't remove some of that sole over to here, I don't see how that can push back in. You know what I mean?
yes,
And so,
the sole is pushing out the wall also on this area.
yeah,
And
yeah,
am I seeing it right? There is no white line there anyway
no,
because it's yeah.
yeah,
So
yeah. So measure,
mhm.
measure from here to here, and then take that same measurement and go over from here to here, and then go back that far on that sole there with a bevel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Um, And I've done it. It's interesting how it looks because you're looking at your foot and it's asymmetrical and wider on that side. And then you do that, and then the foot looks so much more symmetrical, and it will grow in better,
But I
and
think also the bar is a big problem pushing out the wall because
yeah,
of
yeah,
this
all
laid over, and
together.
this pushes everything outside.
Yeah, yeah. And so then all together, all of this, coming up and correcting this here. And then it looks more like this side. See? Kinda. That bar needs to come down too, though. Right there. But and a lot of the stuff that I've done, and then I let it slip, and then I get hoof distortion, and then I have to remember and go back and do it again. Because these feet are just like keeping an eye on the quarters. You have to keep an eye on the quarters all the time, or they will just start sneaking forward on you,
Yes,
you
and
know?
there is 4 feet, and all of these 4 feet have 2 sides, and you you have to look after all of them. And
Yeah,
I forget things, and oh, what did I have to do there? And yeah,
yeah. See, that's for all of us,
yeah.
you know. It's too bad we just don't have the perfect environment where they could go self-trim.
Like at the Salt River.
Yeah. Yeah, that's so perfect. Them beautiful horses. I hope they get to stay there. I don't know. Our environmentalists are pretty evil. See, here's what they do, and this is truth. I found this out years ago. I'm always finding out stuff that is so vexing and so heart-wrenching that I can't really do anything about. That and so that's one of the things I found out accidentally. Who's really behind the removal of the wild horses is the environmental nonprofits. It's in all their bylaws. You get in, and they can't hide it now, see, because they have it in all their PDFs and all their, when you go way back into their policies and stuff like that. See, this is what they do here. You have this place called the Center for Biological Diversity. Oh, it sounds so scientific, doesn't it? It's not. All right. This guy that started it, his name is Kieran Suckling. Okay. He is a nature worshiper, like Jamie Jackson. Jamie Jackson worships nature. Absolute worships it right here. It's in this book. So, so this is what they believe. They believe that the wild horse is, well, they don't call him wild. They call him feral, like a feral cat. You know, they hate horses, these people, because these horses represent, first of all, white supremacy and colonization. That's what the horses represent to them, which they hate. Okay, they hate colonization because that means you've come in, you have settled the land, and you have put your dirty, nasty carbon footprint on it as a human being. And so they want you off of it, and they want the wild horse off of it so that they can put proxy species on it, which that means they will bring a different type of wild horse in, one that seems to be more naturally a wild horse, like some sort of off-brand. I don't know what they're called, but they just released a bunch in Mongolia and stuff like that. And so I'm like, this is not conspiracy theory, people. Okay. I used to have all their files. I had all this research that I had researched on them, all the different environmentalist group that want to do what they call rewild the land, take the land away from you. They've been working in the United States for years now, trying to gain control of federal land. It's not public land, it's federal land. And they pit the ranchers and the public against one another, the ranchers and the wild horse advocates against one another, when in reality, it's them. They want the wild horses off the land. And so in Arizona, the group that man it, which is a private group, but they've been given permission by the state to manage the Salt River wild horses. Well, they found out because the Center for Biological Diversity, which is a bunch of lawyers, bunch of environmentalist lawyers, they came and they sued the state to make the state take the horses away. And that's when people started, that's when they did. I've been knowing it for years. That's when they started seeing that it is the environmentalist nonprofits that want to remove these horses. They're behind BLM and everything else, which is right now at this time removing like 3,000 horses from Wyoming. You know, they want these horses off the land, and then they want to eventually get people off the land, and then they want to open up a corridor clear down into South America, all the way up through the west, through Wyoming, up into Canada, clear up into Alaska, um, to let their proxy species, which is a substitute species for a species of animal that uh, existed here 12,000 years ago. They want them to come in and they want the whole place to just go back to nature, which it cannot do because of all the crappy plants and everything else we've done. All right. Invasive. You want to talk about invasive species? Wild horse is not even a problem. It's the kind of trees and grass and weeds and everything else that we've brought in here. It will never go back to nature. It will never be what it once was. We will always have to basically treat it almost like a giant garden and take care of it. See? Because man has already, man's already touched it. It'll never go back to what it was, not ever. And so they want to introduce these proxy species, and then they want to see if they can get nature to go back to its natural way so that it will continue to evolve. See, they believe that nature created trees out of nothing. I'm not kidding you now, okay? Because what you're dealing with in a lot of these environmentalist nonprofits, they make it sound like science, but it's not science, people. It is the worship. It is the oldest religion on the face of the earth is nature worship, worshiping the planet. And so, religion dies hard, especially that one. And so what they do is they bring it back dressed up like science. Okay. They use scientific words and stuff like that. But when you get into the core beliefs, it's not science at all. Okay. They believe that, and this is what this Yahoo Jackson believed too. Okay. Was that, we're not really real. Okay. We're just part of some like you're in a matrix or something, I guess. We're just all part of this one big cosmic mind type thing. And when somebody dies, why they're not really dead. They're just passing off into some other different existence that becomes a part of nature and stuff like that. So they don't have any compassion for, if let's say you were to kill off 50 million of us. Oh well, you know, we're just gonna like meld into the earth and become fertilizer, and then we'll just become, part of the great cosmic one thing. That's why you got all these people in high places now, like over in Switzerland and stuff like that with the World Economic Forum, uh, and Bill Gates. Okay, this is not conspiracy people. This is what these people really think. They want to depopulate the earth. Well, why don't they start with them, right? So anyway, how'd I get on that? I don't know. Something about feet. Wild horses. That was it. And if they could self-trim and how it would be good. Well, you know what? All this stuff is connected, but I'll get away from that. Okay, sorry about that. So, but bottom line, not conspiracy theory. You really have jerk-offs out there that think this way. Okay, and could give a hoot about you or I or our horse or anything else. So, okay, so I'm going to clear that out, clear all the drawings. Alrighty, so uh, send me some pictures and we'll go from there. Okay. All right. So, what are we doing here? Yeah, I pretty much, I do not like the Center for Biological Diversity or Karen Suckling at all. But he'll get his one of these days. Let's see. All right. So, I want to take a point now to just look at the basic structure of the hoof wall. So let me get this on here. Share. Okay, so we're going to look at some of these pictures here. Okay, the first thing I want to look at here is the inner foot. The inner foot and how these heel buttresses are absolutely vital in order to be able to support the whole inner foot. So this is why all these horses we see, this right here is their problem. And that is that their buttresses over time were trimmed out. So we're going to look at some of these. Let me get on a different deal here. Hold on. Well, let's just go ahead and look at these pictures. So this frog here, in order for the foot to work correctly, the buttresses have to be a specific height that fits the foot. Okay, so here we have an example. Now, this is interesting here. I've been seeing every now and then, you'll see farriers that put wedge pads on these feet and the horses go almost practically sound. And if we were to just draw on that foot, just a minute here, let me make this bigger. Hold on. Okay, there we go. That's better. Let me share. Oh, wait a second. Annotate, that's what I wanted. Let's do red. Let's do that one. Okay, so let's just do the outline of this foot. See there? Let's do the outline of this foot. See how they gave this horse heel and they elevated its foot? That's the only thing that made it so the horse could function. And the reason why is that? Because that's where the leg, even though the foot is still bound, like you see the cartilages like this when they should be clear out here. Okay, even though the cartilages and everything are still bound, this is the height that the foot is supposed to be at so that the rest of the body going up the leg can function. See, and if you look at the foot here now the thing about it is this foot, the heel in this foot, which would be right here, in this foot up here, that heel is totally crushed right here. That's what's going on with that foot, because this part of the foot is all soft cartilage and fat. So this part of the foot is crushed. You have to have this buttress holding up this area of the foot here. See? And because as soon as you cut part of that off, what's it do? It forces this down. Well, what's that do? What's that going to do when this part of the foot is pulled and forced down this way? Well, first of all, it's going to pull the frog down because the frog is supposed to be high up between the bulbs. It's going to bend the cartilage. It's going to crush the heel. And you have a bar in there, right? You have a bar that goes kind of like this, like that. Okay. It's going to take that bar. When I pull this down, what's it do to that bar? It pulls it down and it pushes it up like that. So this is why it's so important to have a correct heel buttress supporting the back of the foot. Now what's going on? Why can't I get rid of that? There we go. All right. So let's go back this way. Okay, so this is just an example of how, as you trim the heel buttress down, if you trim this down, it pulls the back of the foot down. And then the way that the foot is made, the hoof capsule starts to get smaller, and then it compresses the foot. Okay, so this here gives you an example of our E foot. This is a real foot with a good supporting buttress here. And so here's our E foot. You got your sole, and here you see how the buttress has to support the foot. This is the foot, but it is the buttress that gives the foot and keeps its stability and its shape. Once you lower that buttress, it is a chain events of distortion that takes place. Because you lower the buttress, well, it's not just forcing. This buttress grows from and is attached to the heel and to the back of the coronary band, which is attached to the cartilage, which is attached to the digital cushion. Okay. And of course, it's all attached to the sole and the frog. And so I come up here and I just take this out here. Let me do an annotate here. Yep, wait a minute. Say, well, see, this is where they take it to, right here. Like that. That is what they do. And so that will force the back of the foot down. Well, this is all cartilage and fat, and it's supposed to, the buttress is the only thing, that and the frog, but the buttresses are first. The buttress is the only thing that helps the back of this foot stay in the position that it's supposed to be in. And so if I come here and I cut that out, I'm literally forcing the back of that horse's foot down. Well, it wants to pull back up. And it's usually going to pull back up. And as it pulls back up, what happens is, as it pulls back up, this part stays down, but the foot pulls back up, and then it rounds this off to keep it connected like that. Just a minute. Okay. So, chain event of distortion takes place. Now, I don't think that anybody needs to be a brain surgeon or have an IQ of Einstein to see that this foot is just a simple simulation of this foot. See? And so this foot here, the front 2/3 or the front third is bone, coffin bone, and the rest is cartilage and fat. And so the only way it retains its shape is from this heel buttress here. And of course, then that's the only way the sole retains its shape. It starts here in the heel buttress. So see, doesn't take rocket science or brain surgery to see that the horse has an internal foot. And once you understand what some of that foot is composed of, bone, cartilage, and fat, like your nose, covered with skin and stuff. But it has to have a specific configuration to the heel buttress, the frog, especially the heel buttress, in order to maintain everything else on this foot. So, and of course, then the buttress and the capsule has a specific form. And the specific form is that coronary band surrounds, that's why it's called a band, not the coronary band, but the periople band that's covering over the coronary band groove of the hoof capsule. And what you'll notice is that your growth rings seem to be about as wide as the coronary band and the periople band here. And so you can kind of read them. And ideally, that coronary band should be straight from front to back. And what do we read first? We read the cartilage up here. We read this part of the foot first. And then we start looking at the coronary. Next, we go down. We look at the coronary band is behind there, but we're looking for how much cartilage extension do we have? And then we're going to look for a straight periople band. Okay. And then we're going to look at the growth rings coming down, and we're going to look at the horn tubules. Like the horn tubule is the longest in the center of the toe, and gradually they get shorter as they come back here, but not a lot shorter. See, what happens is, let me do this here. What happens is, when you trim these heels out down here and it pulls all this foot down, well, then you wind up with a teeny bit of heel wall growing back here. Well, you still have this much heel growing back here. Okay, so what we're trying to do is grow all this back in and replace the wall that was back here, because this is a general representation of exactly the structure of the horn tubules and the growth rings. And your heels should be anywhere about two-thirds of the length of the dorsal wall. Ultimately, what we're finding is these hairlines are much steeper than we thought. Much steeper than we thought. And so we look at proportions. Okay, in this case, we're looking at proportions. See, And of course, see this triangular area here? You'll see that in these feet. And then your growth rings. Oh, well, growth rings like so. You want to read those. Now, what we see often is what we see. We see this deal where instead of being straight, like right here, they'll go up. Or maybe they'll go up in the quarter, like that. Or they go up at the hairline, like so. Now, when you see that, we used to think, well, it's hoof wall jamming up. And it can be that. But another thing that happens is it can also just be because the foot is bent. Because the back half of the foot is soft cartilage and fat, the front half is the coffin bone, and the foot can literally be bent in half, and then the hoof capsule grows to the size to fit it, to where I think we've all seen what are called can feet. See, they look like little cans. That's because the foot bent in half in the center and curled around here, to where then you've got a foot shape just like this right there. Okay, so these are the things that we need to learn, basic hoof structure, and this is what we use to then evaluate what is going on with the foot. This is what you can use to evaluate your own horse's foot, to then see, well, where does my horse match up and where doesn't he? You know, how much extension does he have back here in the cartilage? Is he like this? If he is, you know, automatically there's something wrong. If the coronary band or the periopal band here curves down like that, you know you've got a problem. You've got hoof distortion. You've got hoof binding. So, you know, before anything, we have to know basic structure. See what the foot is made out of, the fact that the back 2/3 is soft cartilage and fat, and only retains its shape because of the heel buttress here. And so this is first. All this is first. Okay. And so as we look at feet, that's what we're going to look at. And that's what we always have to, not the sole view. The sole view is the most deceptive view there is. That sole can go from 5 inches to 3 inches and look just the same the whole time. The whole time you're trimming the heels out and the foot's getting smaller, the sole can look just the same. I could take it when it was 5 inches and fit the horse, and then when it's 3 inches and looks about the same, and the capsule's bound the foot, and if I could put them in paint and make them both the same size, and you think it's the same foot. That's why sole view, bad view, always deceptive. That's not going to tell you the truth. This view don't lie. Because this here, you're looking at the part of the foot you can actually see. Can't see what's behind here. Okay. And then next, after that, then we start looking at this periopal band and the vertical horn tubules and the horizontal growth rings and what's going on there. How much heel do I need to grow in? Do I need to uncurl? See? Okay. All right. So anyway, this just gives you, there's your foot. This is the real foot of the horse right here. But it cannot maintain itself. It cannot maintain its true form without this heel buttress. You can't even have correct frog without This is like number numero uno. You cannot even have correct frog without correct heel buttress. Okay, so this gives you an example how that frog, see, I have to have enough heel buttress here to grow in, hook to the heel, grow past the sole. Let me make this bigger. I guess that ain't gonna work. Oh, I forgot this part. There we go. Okay, so I wonder if you can move that. Oh, yeah, you can. Okay. So here you see, we'll see if, oh, looky there, it gets bigger. Okay, so here you see, you got x-ray vision. You see your inner heel. So the heel buttress has to support this cartilage in the back of this foot up where it's supposed to be. Part of what it supports is the frog corium, and then it has to connect to the sides of the heel. It has to grow down where it meets up with the sole. Just a minute here. Where it meets up with the sole right here, and then grows down to the ground together so that you have this sole under your heel. See there? Okay, now this foot has to be elevated in order to be able to grow frog. It's the only thing that'll help you grow correct frog. Because if you trim the heel down, it pulls the whole back of the foot down. Well, it pulls all this. You know, you got digital cushion. Here's your lateral cartilages in here. All this is full of digital cushion in here, by the way. All that. Digital cushion. It pulls the digital cushion down. It pulls the frog down. It pulls it under the foot. It takes the bar that is right here. See, here's where your bar would be. And it bends it up into the foot, right up into the navicular bone. And it bends the frog corium and the frog padding right up into the navicular bone too. That's why they have navicular. Let's see. So this is the only precise way that the hoof capsule fits the foot. This is the only way. There is no other way. This is structural engineering. This is science, period. Okay? This ain't a deal where you got it your way and I got it my way. Okay, let's go to, let's both have heart problems and you can go to a freaking dentist, all right? And I'll go to a cardiologist. How about that? You got your way, right? Maybe the dentist will fix your heart, hey? See how stupid that is? You know, well, we all got our ways, and every ways, some people's way for a horse is right, and, that's their way, and blah, blah, blah. No, no, this is anatomy. Anatomy is not arbitrary. Oh, well, you can have your anatomy, and I'll have mine. I know this is it. This is the answer, bottom line, cut and dried. There is no other way, period. And so this is the foot of the horse. This is the way it must be supported, period. There is no other way. And of course, we were all brainwashed into thinking that you had to have a 30-degree hairline, no heels, and the horse walking on his bulbs. Here. Well, we have enough wild horse feet and enough dissected feet now to tell that most domestic horses have deformed feet due to the capsule being trimmed incorrectly. And when they're looking at the inner foot, they're seeing a deformed foot. This here represents what would be an anatomically correct, structurally correct foot that every single horse is born with. And There is only one way this hoof capsule is supposed to fit that foot, and there is only one way that this foot is meant to function. And it was not meant to walk on a frog. And I got to thinking about how I take a grinder and it takes me with little flap disc sander, a little Proxon. Of course, I've used big grinders too. It takes like no time like that to just zip that frog off. How in the world are we supposed to think that a horse is going to walk on its frog? Think about it. You know, they wear off. It's skin, people. It's just a rubbery, hard skin. They're not meant to be the primary load bearing surface. And that's why these horses are so messed up. So that frog that you see right here is meant to function with the digital cushion, this big fat cushion in here. Here, let's draw it in here again. Okay, so how does this work? The pastern, which is right here, this pastern. Okay, this pastern, when the horse moves, it descends, it bends, it descends onto this digital cushion here. And the digital cushion, which is held in by the lateral cartilages, gets pushed forward under the navicular bone where it plumps up, and then it compresses this fat. It compresses and pressurizes it and puts this tremendous pressure inside here. It pushes down onto the frog stay here and onto this part of the frog. It pushes down, and then the frog kind of widens out here. But this rubber frog, when that is getting pushed down, well, what's a rubber ball do when you press on it? Think of a firm rubber ball. What is that bounces? Has a lot of buoyancy and bounces. And you press on it. Does it just give and you can just put a big thumb imprint in there? No. What's it do? It pushes back, right? Okay, well, that's the frog. All of this, when this digital cushion is being super compressed and pushed down onto that frog is meant not just to give a little, but to exert tremendous force back up. See? That's what's happening there. It's not, oh, ground pressure, you're beating the thing to death from here up. The pressure comes from here down and then from here up. Okay? Well, that's what you call, like, that'd be like a diaphragm pump, where they pump, the pressure comes from the inside, not the outside in. And so this presses down. Let me do it again. Wait a minute. This presses down, begins to press down on this, and the whole time it's pressing down on this is pressing up. So yeah, it does give, but doesn't want to. And so it's helping. It's pushing up, pushing up, pushing up. It's the spring. It's like a spring, the way these two work together. See? And the fact also that each heel is independent. You know, it's not just one stiff unit. Like if the horse steps on a rock here, okay, what happens is it's this side of the foot is still able to go down here and land. You know, the foot twists. The foot is flexible to a great degree. Okay. Yeah, so this is it, people. There is no other way. Okay. So again, here you can see what it would look like. Now, wouldn't you want to have at least an inch of sole under the heel of your horse's heel? This is a true heel right here. This is the physical internal heel. And again, there's your frog state. Can you see how pushing down on that, it's going to be pushing back up on you. And of course, when you trim the heels out, okay, see the bar here? You know what that does? Pulls this down with the foot attached to it while it bends the bar straight up into the navicular bone. Okay. Yeah, I see when I finally, like, stuff can be right in front of your face all the time, but you're not seeing it. You're seeing it, but you're not. Like this heel thing. Of course, it's been a deal with me and now us for no, well, it's going to be almost 10 years now. It'll be in 2016. I was doing that anatomical structural drawing of the hoof capsule and got to the very back and went, oh, what's that? It's a heel buttress. Oh my God. We've been taught to trim them out. And so learning so many things that we have learned and discovered together. And so but it's only been like in the last couple months, and now even today, even more, driving it home that this is it. So they're not going to come and tell me nothing else, because this is the truth. See? So anyway, got to write a little message to this gal. There we go. Okay. All right. So anyway, so that's your little anatomy lesson for today. And I'm coming up with more and more ways to demonstrate this. So every one of these horses we look at, this is their problem. The main stabilizer of their feet is trimmed out and not up, supporting their foot up in the air where it's supposed to be. That's why I'm also, I don't know, I'm gonna be a big proponent for wedge pads. For like wedge pads, shoes, whatever you got to do to get that foot up off the ground and back. Okay, so that the leg can start functioning right and the heels can start growing in. I think that we're going to develop more and more ways to be able to do that. I know that the back of these feet need elevated, see, for everything to work right. Let me show you this picture here. Hold on. Hold on. Uh, okay, so just a second here. Okay, this right here. This is on Mark Caldwell's page. He's a guy that started a thing called Hoof. And so this guy named Michael Stewart is with Mark Caldwell and 12 others. So these guys are professional farriers. And he says, anybody identify the name I gave to this shoeing package that was invented by an Okie farrier? That's Oklahoma. That's just right down here by me. The picture is after this mare was declared pasture sound only due to her various hoof maladies. Out of desperation, the mare was placed in Stewart clogs 2.0s for 88 days. She was immediately sound in a Stewart clog. We transitioned her out of clogs into a speed package, and the mare won the Texas Stampede shortly thereafter. Shortly thereafter, she won 3 of her 5 runs in the premier barrel race of the NFR, 4th in 1. This was within a 4-month period from the medically retirement to the highest level of success. AFJ, American Farriers Journal, had an article that featured the shoe. The mare went on to be a very expensive mare with incredible offspring. Now, what do you notice there, people?
It's a wedge.
Yeah, how about that? So they grew heels on her. I mean, look at her cartilages, right? Okay, so I don't know if they kept my comment. Oh, they did. How about that? Well, that's a surprise. Of course, nobody ever said anything back that I know of. Maybe they did. Let me see. Oh, I did this. I said, I feel like there's some lesson waiting to be learned here.
Well played.
Okay.
Perfect.
Oh, man. I'm going to save that image and enlarge it just a minute here. This foot was a perfect match for these. Just a minute here, screen share. See that? Look at that. Isn't that amazing? What the Greeks are telling us here. Oh, I don't know though, I don't know if that's real. Yeah, human feet don't look like that either, right? You know. You see how we've been deceived with what's right in front of us? You know, um, so much, all the Greek art from then, all the horses have feet like this. This is the true foot of your horse, people, right here. Uh, just a minute here. Where's the? Okay, so let's just look at the. It reminds me of, those things that you buy a baby and they're plastic and they got a star and a circle and a square and a triangle. You know, that's what we're looking at here. See? And okay, what about this? I showed you what the basic structure of the foot is, right? Well, there you see it. See what I'm talking about? Proportions, you know? So what's going to be longest here and then get gradually shorter as it goes back to here. See? And then you got this little triangular part here. And high heel, what did Casanofon say? When choosing a war horse, you want to look to the feet first. You want them to be high in front and high behind, with the frog well up off the ground. See, that's exactly what we're seeing here. So here's proof that this mare didn't even have, well, she had a lot of good things going for her. She had the fact that they elevated her foot so much, and really her cartilages were not super bound either. Isn't that great? Okay, so Okay, well, let's see here. All right, well, let's move on to something else. I'm gonna keep getting examples of these kind of examples to show people, and we're just gonna get so we know the truth, and we will stand on the truth, and we will be able to buy multiple examples, and sooner or later we're gonna get to knowing our trimming better, how to more quickly get these heel buttresses corrected on these horses, things like that. You know, right now we're in a stage where we know some things, but I'm sure there's a lot more we could know about how to really facilitate the correction. And Claudia, I think having the ability to shoe and things like that and experiment maybe a little bit with that as well, with maybe some wedges, you know, uh that might go a long way as well for people who can do those kinds of things. So anyway, yeah, awesome. Okay, well, let me go back to the Zoom call. Where are you here? Just a minute. Okay. Stop share. There we go. All right. Well, Linda, can we do your horse now? Are you there? Hey, wake up.
Yep, I'm here. I'm here. I'm just over at the couch. It's a long
You
way
know,
to the computer.
I have to admit that sometimes I slightly nod out when I'm sitting there and they'll go, "Did you hear me?" Oh, yeah, okay. Oh man. Okay, well, I'm going right to your horse here.
So I sent you the back feet pictures on Monday, and then I sent you just a few pictures today. But if we could look at that one back foot, um,
Okay.
and then go to the front foot afterwards.
Alrighty, let's see. I gotta share. Okay. Where am I at? Here we go. Okay, well, let's just run through them first.
That's today's, but that's okay. We
Oh,
can
well, let's go to the other ones.
Doesn't matter. We can do this one. Yeah, stay there.
Okay. Okay. So you see what I'm meaning now
Yeah, so
about the heel buttress?
yeah. So
You
based
know?
on last week, I made sure I came in today and I took down, like I beveled. Oh, that's Monday's pictures.
Okay.
There we go. That's his back foot. That's
And like we were talking, I think last week too, how when they don't have that buttress, there's no stability in the wall,
yeah,
and the
yeah,
wall looks melted.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. So when I enlarged that picture today, so I'm actually soaking his feet today.
Uh-huh.
I can see around the whole where the bars are around the apex. It's actually discolored, like it's looking a little pinky red.
Okay. Kind of like what
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
what Tiffany had.
Yeah.
Um,
What difference do you see between this bar and that bar?
well, that one's more pushed forward and more laid over,
Yeah. It's
right?
just bigger,
Yeah,
bigger in there. Um, I'm after doing this deal where I'm just looking at those buttresses and realizing, I mean, it's just so driven home to me the importance of these buttresses. And now, looking at these feet, I just have some real reevaluations going on in my mind, wondering what can we do to help these horses develop, be able to develop their heels better? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
Um,
faster,
and
right?
faster.
Yeah,
Exactly.
because he grows a lot of foot very quickly.
Hmm.
So that's before I did a little bit of beveling today,
Okay.
and that was from 2 weeks ago, not even 2 weeks ago that he was
Okay.
trimmed.
Is
So
this, let's see, which foot is this?
this is his
Compare.
right front. This is the
Okay.
foot that he had major issues with. He had seedy toe. You can see
Oh,
the
yeah.
divot
Okay.
still there where he had that. So he has a Krenna. Yeah, that was a foot that caused us a lot of grief.
Okay.
So,
And, and see this right here.
yeah,
Okay. Belongs clear up behind his foot.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Um, and so which foot is this again?
That's the right front. Right front,
Okay.
still
Okay.
right front.
Oh, still right front. Okay.
Yeah.
Mark
So
that toe.
yeah. So that's what I did today. So that's the picture from yesterday. The wet foot is today. I actually went in there and took the back quarters down a little, like I beveled them, so that I could allow those tubules to back up a little bit more, right?
Okay.
So as what we talked about in the last, but his bars were so hard and I didn't have time to pull the
Okay.
drum out. So I'm gonna go back tomorrow after they soak and take my knife and clean up those bars a little bit more.
Okay.
But my concern was if you go back to the wet foot, there we go. So when I was beveling, I can see on the where my hand is,
Uh-huh.
like I've gone into the oh crap, no. Now I've lost my the 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 tubule, like so the white line is not there. It's like I've gone further past the white line and now it's looking like it's all thready. Right? Can you
Okay.
see that? It's kind of
So the white line isn't there, you're saying?
yeah, I don't see the white line there at all.
Let me look at
And
this.
it was very,
Is that this part?
yeah, yeah,
Okay. Well, you probably already have some separation. There's a white line there. You
okay,
just got white line separation. But you have it here.
right,
See? And you're gonna have it anyway.
right.
Okay. Because the back of the foot ain't right, nothing's connected right. So you're gonna have that anyway. So I would not worry about that.
So on the other side, it's very tight, but on this side, it's like I've rasped into sorry, man.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
all
look,
untied.
see the crack here,
Yeah,
and see how the laid over bar and it's wider on that side.
yeah,
It's gonna be that way.
right,
Even if the other side may seem tight,
right,
you know, this is gonna be this way until this heel grows in more and the whole side of the foot straightens up.
right,
Yeah, that's just normal what's going on there.
right. Okay. Now, should I be, so I'm soaking today, and when I look at that picture, I'm hoping tomorrow after I soak, it'll show me that there's a lot more sole that I can exfoliate, and
Okay.
bars as well.
Okay. The thing I would work on here is the apex of this frog.
Okay,
Okay. Because this frog is really pulled down and under. And so
great,
this apex is going to hold it here. And so that's what I would work on. And I would not worry too much about exfoliating the sole right at this time.
okay,
But maybe just the sides here a little bit. But definitely I'd work on this apex of this frog so that if the frog wants to pull back,
yeah,
it can do so. And once that frog starts pulling back, it can start also growing and pushing the back of the foot up from the inside
right.
as it scoots back. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm just so much more seeing, um, like just if we could just figure out some better way to put support on the back of these feet.
So I've got him in scoot boots with a 3-degree wedge in
Oh,
the
okay.
so
Okay. Hey,
so
would
that's
would you take a picture of that
okay.
one of
Oh,
these
sure.
days? I'd like
Yep.
to see that.
Yep.
Okay.
I will send you a picture of the wedge with like separately, and then put a picture of him with the wedges on, like with
Okay.
the wedges on. Yeah. They
Yeah.
actually, it makes a big difference. His foot actually looks like it's in the right position,
Okay. I think that's great.
right?
You
It brings
know?
him up, it brings him up to about, if I was to put a degree on the front of his dorsal wall, he's at a 53, 54 degree. Um,
Okay.
yeah, so,
That's great. Yeah, I
yeah,
want to see that for sure.
yeah.
How long do you leave the boots on at any one time? Are they 24
So
7?
I have left them on for like a whole 24-hour period, but I try to make a pact with myself that I go down and take them off at least for a couple hours, clean them. I clean the boots, then I clean his foot, and then I take some a wire brush and some I mix a 50-50 thing of apple cider vinegar, water, and then I put a bunch of tea tree oil in it, and I use that as a spray, and then I just clean everything, the bottom of his foot with a wire brush, and then I put the boots back on. So he has the boots off for like an hour, maybe 2 hours. Now today he's in Cavallos that don't have a wedge; they just have an insert in them, and I'm soaking his foot. So because you can't soak with the scoot boots, unfortunately, so because they're such a tight fit. So
Thanks.
I'm going to share this deal
Linda,
with people.
I have,
Mhm.
There
I
we
have
go.
also a question. Do you have him in boots only on his fronts or also his hinds?
So unfortunately, I could not fit the scoot boots onto his hinds. None of them fit properly because his heel bulbs are so tucked under, like so pulled under. So I do put Cavallos on his backs every once in a while, but he's like that kid, like where that doggy, where you put boots on and they lift their legs up, and he does that. So he's very dramatic about having boots on his backs, on his
Oh,
hinds. So it's
poor guy.
hilarious. It's hilarious. Like,
It's like,
yeah,
oh, take it off.
I know. I feel so bad about
Hey,
it, right?
baby.
Because it's like, okay, okay, okay. So
Yeah.
I don't do it a lot. Like I'll do it like for maybe a half a day every 2 to 3 days type of thing. But I keep him in a small area when I'm doing that. So yeah, yeah. So it's hard because his back feet don't fit the scoot boots very well. I know there's been a couple other suggestions for boots, like one's called a flex boot, and another one, I think they called it the Renegade. So I just haven't looked into them yet, to be honest with you. So, but yeah, my next step is to get him into boots onto his backs that actually fit properly and have a bit of a wedge to them to lift him up as well, to help him. So.
Thank you.
Well, I think you're doing good and plodding along there.
Well, if you look at the pictures that I sent you Monday, though, for that.
Okay, let's look at them here.
Okay, so that's his rear foot that he had the horrible solar abscess, and
Okay.
the solar abscess was on the side that's not where my hand is. It literally took off the whole back of his sole, like from almost at the apex all the way back to the heel.
Oh, wow.
What I
Yeah.
find really interesting is where my hand is. There's on the heel there. There's a, a cut, and it's not something that I put in there. There's a crack.
You mean right there?
Yeah, right there. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So
That's
again,
just something he's doing.
Yeah, it's
you
very
know,
interesting.
and again, you want to map your bars so that you're getting them the same on both sides. Are
Okay.
you mapping your bars?
I am, like, I
Okay.
did, it's just, he's a pain in the ass to try to, I don't know what it's like where you guys are now, but the weather keeps on getting crazy here and hot,
Yeah.
and the biting flies are back again, and
Uh,
he does not like, and the place where the little tack area where we are, where I take the pictures and clean his feet, it's all cobblestones. So I've bought some mats, but I'm just waiting for them to be delivered so they have something softer to stand on. So, um,
okay.
so
And
okay,
that apex on that frog uh is it needs thinned
okay,
down and brought back.
okay. Now, were you just, so again, on the, I can't remember which is medial and lateral, I think anyways. So the side that doesn't have my hand on it, when we
Uh-huh.
go to where you just drew the line up to the heel, I
Uh-huh.
actually took my knife in and tried to do a little bit of the bar cleanup, and that
Okay.
little part was, you could see right in the corner there, it was red.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's obviously still,
Yeah. If you went into light red and stuff, you just need to not worry about it.
okay.
Um, you know, if it's liquid is when you worry about it.
Okay.
Sorry.
It wasn't liquid, but it was red.
Okay.
And I started freaking out because I saw the whole bottom of his foot without having any sole on it. And I'm
Well,
like,
did you take some pictures?
oh, I just a couple of them, but they weren't very good because I was probably
I'd like to see that. See,
okay. I'll
I
find
have a
them.
I have a video called detached sole removal
Right,
because I had a whole as I was growing heels and I had a whole chunk of sole detach
right.
as well. Only he never got sore.
Yeah.
Well, mine did anyway, which was interesting.
So now, when you see how much sole that I took out on that one side, should I be just saying, okay, that's it? I need to take all this sole down to and put the boots on him and put some wedges on him and help him out? Like, or
That
should I
looks
just
pretty good right there. You could clean that up right there.
so and do the
See?
same on the other
Yeah,
side?
and
Yeah,
you could clean a little bit of this up too.
right. Okay,
Um but uh mostly I think it's this frog.
right.
This frog is very thick. If his bulbs are pulled in like this, it can be held right there by that frog.
Okay. So buying a Proxon because the Dremel just isn't doing it for doing the frogs. It's very,
Yeah.
it's not. So.
Yep, I know what you mean.
And it was interesting because all of a sudden his heel bulbs got all red and sore looking. Again, he's not lame at all.
Uh-huh.
Um, and there's no heat, there's no pulse. Um, but I just felt like his bulbs had gotten pulled back down again, more so than they were a couple months ago.
Mm. Well, yeah. Is there some other pictures we can look at to tell?
Um, hang on.
Or or they expanded. That's happened to me before. Well, maybe
Now
not.
that could be too, because I was looking at some older pictures and that could be too. Um,
Drive you crazy looking at these
it
pictures.
does, because right, you start going cross-eyed, it's like,
I
okay,
know. I
and then
know.
you go, okay, I start a collage and try looking at them all together, and it's like, oh, okay, now I'm
I
seeing
know.
stuff, right?
Mhm.
So, yeah, no, I'd
See,
have to
that
really,
don't look bad. But of course, again, you kind of got to watch a little bit how this gets high. Not the heel, but this area here. You don't want to get high because it'll pull the heel under.
okay,
Because it'll get high and then it'll run forward.
So that's the part, so I think I asked you that. So when I'm looking at that part, and I could send you an old picture here, I've got another one. Like, I'm not sure,
Well, let's
like,
see.
like how far forward from the heel should I be beveling?
Okay, well, from like right here, don't bevel it. Just lower it. See? Take off
Okay,
this little nubbin. Look here. See
okay,
how this piece is higher? It's
right,
gonna, because if it's higher, okay, like if you were to trip your foot, if you were to tip your foot more and more to where it was perfectly flat, you're gonna look down and you're gonna see this little nubbin is higher. See? And if it leave it always higher, then eventually it's going to, I mean, you have to leave it somewhat high, but do you see how you could take that off right
yeah,
there?
see, I thought that that was helping to support the back of his foot to help while
Well,
the other stuff kicked back.
not
So
when it
that's
gets
my,
like that,
okay,
because what it'll do is then it starts flaring out and then it starts adding capsule at the bottom and then it starts running forward.
great.
So there's like this little balancing act you got to do right here. You got to just, you don't want to take the heel right here down. Okay. You keep your
So
thumb
it's,
on that. But then this
okay,
little nubbin here, you got to level down a little bit.
okay. So make it so that it's lower than where the heel should be.
Not necessarily lower, but not higher.
Okay, but
Um,
just beveling.
yeah,
It's so hard because
yeah,
I
and
it's
not beveling, rasping flat.
just rasping flat. Okay,
Yeah, just take your
okay,
rasp and just rasp, and it might wind up lower
right,
than the back of the heel. Um, but but that's still okay. Okay? Because these little areas here are what cause people's heels to start adding wall in right here and pulling the heel forward.
okay.
Okay? Yeah, this area right here is,
That's my misunderstanding then, because I thought I had to leave that there to help support, because it's just all wall. It's not proper
I
heel at
know,
all, right?
I think we have even talked about that before and thought that before.
Yeah,
And yes, you do, but no, you don't. Uh, yes, you do, but then if you
yeah,
leave too much, then it starts doing this takeover thing.
right, okay,
See? So there's like this little balancing act. So you got to come in there. Okay, look here. If
okay,
I go straight over from here, well, what
yep,
happened? Just a minute. Okay, look here.
yep,
See how it's higher?
yes, yep,
That's all. Just kind of flatten it out so it's not taking over.
okay,
Okay, look here.
yep,
Just going straight.
okay,
See, that's not going to take it all the way down to the sole,
right,
you see, but it's going to take off that. And probably if you tip the foot more, it would even be more so, to where you're kind of like that.
okay,
See what I mean? And you see how if this area was high, well, that can't do it, but if it's high, then it's going to run forward
right,
and pull the heel with it.
right,
So,
right.
yeah. Okay.
Not sure if this is helpful. It's Tiffany again. I just tried using bonsai nippers for that area because
Uh-huh.
I'm not skilled. And I think because the bonsai nippers are smaller and more manageable, I was able to get into that area calmly.
Oh, good. Okay.
So that might be worth.
Yeah,
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 And I,
I know other people have tried those bonsai nippers and they work real good.
I can send you from Etsy where I got them, if that's helpful.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Okay, and then I just sent you the picture of what I did. So before I start saying I did a good job, you might want to check it.
See, you're wanting to do a balancing act between allowing this to have some ground contact without it getting so long that it's also pulling the heel forward.
Forward.
See,
Right.
there's like this real balancing act, and that's why too you do need to learn to take and rasp that down flat,
Okay.
which means you hold the rasp flat
Right.
and
Yeah.
you take it down like that.
Okay.
And then you're still going to have some height on it, okay? But you're not going to have this deal that goes like this, you
Right.
know, and stuff. So, yeah. Anyway,
I
okay.
guess I just misconstrued because it just kept on thinking, oh, if I take that down, that's taking down his heel, and I just don't want to do that. I don't
Yeah,
want to
I know.
do his heel.
But see, you're not taking this part down,
Right. Yeah.
okay? You're just taking kind of come up here a little ways ahead and
Right.
just lay the rasp on it and just, here's your rasp, just rasp over, and it's gonna get it to about there.
Right.
See?
I'm actually going to take a picture of that, Linda.
Okay.
So don't erase it. Perfect. Okay. I get it. I get it. Maybe that will help with those darn heel bulbs.
Okay. Yeah. Um, I mean, do you see how if this gets high, it's got to go somewhere. It's going to pull out and then it's going to go forward.
Yeah, it keeps on flaring out. So I
Yeah.
actually I took some of the flare off today, right? Because I'm like, okay, that's flaring. I need to take that down a little bit. So I did that. So flattening it. That's what I will do tomorrow then.
Okay.
And I'll take some pictures after I've done it and take a picture
Okay.
in a couple of days. See how it goes. That's
Hey,
awesome.
Tiffany, can you
Thank you,
use,
Tiffany.
are you there? Do you, are you able to use bonsai nippers on bars too?
Hey,
Hello?
so I bought, yeah, sorry, I had to unmute myself. I bought a pack of 3 because it looked like, yeah, the answer to your question is yes,
Okay.
but there are different shapes of bonsai. Thank you, Joaquin. Nippers, and they were for the knobs because the knobs go through bigger things than whatever. It's in the link that I just sent in the
Oh,
group,
okay, great.
if that
Thank you.
makes sense. Yeah,
Thank you very much, Tiffany.
of course. I think you're doing a great job, and I love all the things that you said earlier. It made my heart happy.
Oh, well, you're doing a great job too. So it's a great group to be a part of, that's for sure. Thank you, Linda.
You're welcome. Oops. Alrighty. Well, let me get out of here.
Linda, if it's Alana from Hungary, sorry.
Hello.
I just hope not to fall asleep because it's quite late. But I want to ask to look at some photos at some stage of the hoof. It's a hind left hoof of approximately one, I think it's like 14 months old filly, and she
Okay.
broke her heel off.
Mm-hmm.
And it was hard for me to like pick her foot because she was struggling with balance, so she's not comfortable or something. She's
Okay.
getting better. I trimmed a bit the bars and whatever the frog. It's not very neat job. It's just a start. But I didn't touch the wall, and everything kind of ran forward. And I just thought to ask for like some guidance and look at it, and like so I'm kind of more confident, like can handle it.
Okay.
because I don't want to do, I don't want to disbalance it. I just left it because, I have no idea how to support it. And I can't really do much for her other than trim her sometimes. Not great pictures, but that's all I could take.
Yeah. What if it was me?
Yeah.
I would, first of all, I'd take everything I could down on the front of the foot.
Okay.
Okay. And then, I mean, get down to the sole ridge and the way it's shaped and get it nice and level and
Mm-hmm.
shape the pillar areas. Okay.
Yeah.
So because you'll be taking that's going to stand her up right there.
Yeah, it will stand her up. I also thought I didn't want to take the wall before. I just thought I will show you, we discuss it, and then I will go ahead tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's probably going to take like it's going to take off let's see here.
Because everything is just being pulled forward.
Yeah. Yeah, and so if you just take the dorsal wall and the toe and around there all down, take toe, leave heel sort of
But
thing.
but would you keep the lateral bar where the heel was torn just to keep it for this temporary support?
Now,
No?
no, because she's growing, you
Okay.
know, and oh just okay, so hold on a second. Let me get the annotate. Um, it is good. We all need to learn uh, a basic trim that a farrier does to put a shoe on, minus taking the heels down. That's a whole different kind of trim than a pasture trim or barefoot trim or the trims we do. We need to learn how to take the foot down to its basic minimum that it would have before you put a shoe on it to a degree. Okay. Um, because that a good farrier anyway will really clean up the foot. And and because sometimes we have a tendency to let things grow out of bounds, like um, because we're unsure as to what to take off. So I feel like this is something that I need to work on to understand more, and then be able to teach others to do as well. And so let's see here. Let me do this. Okay, so one thing I want you to notice here is this horn tubule right here.
Very long.
See there? And so sometimes you get nervous about taking these toes down and leave too much. And so it's good to take down and define the whole front of the foot. And also you can see here that because you've been leaving too much toe.
Oh,
Okay. You also
she has been neglected, and she's going like bull-nosed a bit
Oh,
even.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So then you can see here too, she's got a bulge.
Yeah.
See, that's also from the feet trying to self-level, like they'll compress and
Mm-hmm.
then they'll make a bulge. It's a way of self-leveling, but they can only do so much. So, yeah, I would definitely uh take off toe, you know.
Okay. Well, then I do that, and then maybe I will uh post it on the group so people can see how it's
Yeah.
going.
And see from here forward. Wait a minute. Let me get the thing again. Like from here forward, clear back here forward, you
Yeah.
know. Clear back here forward. You're going to take sole to where you get a sole ridge that's about a finger width wide. Okay? And like you've seen it how they rasp a foot to put a shoe on, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So she
Well,
has,
do that. Only unlike a farrier, you're not going to carve out sole then. You're gonna rasp the whole front of the foot down to where you got the whole width of the wall plus the width the width of the sole ridge she has here. Say right here,
Yeah.
just a minute. See it right here?
Yes.
And you're gonna rasp it down flat, like you're gonna put a shoe on it, make it level, and you're gonna expose the width, the whole width of the wall and the width of the sole ridge. And then what you're gonna do, you're gonna stand her up and shorten up all that the front of that foot so she is standing up more. Um, do you see what I mean?
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
And then send me a picture.
Cool. Okay. Excellent.
And don't be afraid.
Oh no, I'm
She'll
past that.
live.
I'm past, Linda, I'm past that stage.
Okay. I thought you were, but
No. Yeah.
yeah, just pretend you're gonna slap a big old wide
You
English
know, once
shoe from the
I was
1800s on it.
like several years ago, I don't know, like maybe five, when I didn't even know you, I was trimming like a 6 months old or 1 year old, and I just went into the toe and it was soft and the blood just sprayed
Oh
me. And I
yeah.
remember I pressed my big thumb in it, and when you like sick into your stomach, and I was like, whoo, I felt so bad.
Oh yeah.
And it was like I sliced corium basically, and
Mm-hmm.
it was like the pad of my big thumb, and I had to let him go because I was trimming in the herd. But it was very hot. It was like more than 30 degrees, and it was sand, so I just released him and he was fine. I mean, he was limping and everything, but in 1 month he was fine.
Yeah.
And
Oh
no, he didn't have any, because it was so hot, he just fried.
yeah.
Basically.
He just cauterized it.
But I felt horrible. I was like, I had this sickening
Oh yeah,
feeling in
that
my
makes you feel
stomach. It
bad.
was disgusting. Yeah, I just felt really bad.
Yeah. I think the worst one I ever did was I was trimming Molly and her frog was so hard and I pulled really hard on the knife and it
Oh,
went
and
the wrong direction,
phew,
you know, and kind
phew.
of cut her pretty bad, but she didn't bleed for very long, but it sure makes you feel bad,
Yeah,
you
but
know.
they say, if you don't bleed them, you don't try hard enough.
Hey, there you go.
I heard it somewhere. It's
That's
very
if you
bad.
don't bleed. Here, hey, that's if you don't bleed, not the horse.
Well, I bled
You.
my portion also. But anyway, so sorry to go into it, but
No,
it's
that's
not that
okay.
it's not that I'm trying to be like, yeah,
No, that's
sarcastic
okay.
about it. It's not a nice thing, but it happens.
No, it's
It
gonna
happens.
happen. It's
Yeah.
gonna happen, and uh, you just can't be doing this without at some point that happening. It's not what you want to happen, but
Yeah. And I
you
think
know,
people who don't say that they admit, I think they lie. Everybody does it. So people, if they do it, they shouldn't really panic. Just do their best and
yeah, yeah.
take
I
time.
always keep some Wonder Dust. I don't know if you guys have that, or you get some blood stop powder or some Wonder Dust in case something for you as well. Okay. Um, but I always keep something like that around in case something like that happens. You
Yeah, we
know,
put salt sometimes.
salt.
Yeah, lots of salt.
Ow. Okay.
Yeah, if you don't have anything, we do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ow. Okay. Um, but anyway, so do that. I would say let's look some more here. Hold on. There we go. I've seen him break these heels off, and in the end, okay, it needed to break off. That's all I can say. It wasn't attached to nothing, and that's why it broke off.
Yeah.
You know, her foot is expanding, but the frog isn't let the hoof capsule expand. And so this was from when the foot was smaller, you know. So her foot wants to grow out of it. Her heel's growing out of her old foot is what's going on. If this one could, it'd probably break off too, you know, and stuff. But you see how you need to take all
Yeah.
this down. And
Yeah.
and here's the cool thing, you know, you can start rasping it and you'll rasp. Where am I at here? Just a minute here. Let me get this here. You'll
You can.
rasp and
Yeah.
you might get the wall completely down to the level of the sole, and you'll take one rasp swipe and you're going to get something that's about this wide in clean sole. And you take another rasp swipe and you might get, you know, a little wider. Every rasp swipe starts revealing the sole ridge as you go down. See? So you can read it. You read the sole by doing that. You know, as it gets wider, you're going deeper. See what I'm saying? Because the sole is well, that don't work. Just a minute. The sole is shaped like this. Okay? And so well, let me redo that. Okay, let's say it's shaped like this. And so you come up there and you barely just hit the top like that. And then you hit it again. It gets, see how it gets wider? I should have put another deal over here. Just a minute. Hold on. Okay. There's the wall. Here's the sole. And so you come in and you start rasping to where you get the wall down to almost the sole there. And then you take another swipe and you see, you take another swipe, you go lower. Every time, with every swipe, it goes lower and you get wider here. See that? Wider yet. To where then you have, oh, come here. You have, oh, what color? Here's your sole. It's like this. Now you've got the wall, and here's the sole. As you go down, because it's bowl shaped, it gets wider here. Might start out one, you got the wall and this and that. As you keep rasping down, because of the shape of it, you see this fresh sole get wider to where your sole ridge starts to appear, and it looks, you can make it look flat along with the wall. Are people understanding what I'm trying to say? You know, if you've ever rasped down the wall and then you accidentally hit the sole, what do you see? Fresh sole, white, right? Or maybe if you got gray sole, it'd be gray, but you can tell where you hit the sole with the rasp, right? And so if I rasp down my wall, but then I just want to go a little further, I could do another rasp swipe around the whole thing, and it would only be this wide into the sole. So let's say I want to take it down a little more, and I'm going to take rasp swipe all the way around. And as I do, it hits more of the sole. Now, my fresh sole that I can see that I've hit with the rasp is this wide. Maybe that's all I'll go. But if I wanted to, I could keep going down, making this area level and flat to where finally I had a flat surface along with the wall and the sole ridge that went clear this wide. That's the horse's natural shoe. See? So that's what I want to see if you can at least get some of that and really clean that area up and when you bring the whole front of the foot down, it stands the horse up and the horn tubule straighter and the dorsal wall steeper, which brings the horse more towards what their true structure is, so that the horn tubules aren't trying to lay vertical and grow forward. Okay. Okay, so anything else on that deal there?
Just wanted to say thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, I will update you in the coming days, then maybe tomorrow.
Okay, well, I can't wait to see what you do. Looking forward to it.
Well, I hope, because this filly is not going to live with me. I hope the owners will let me trim her and help her out.
Yeah, I hope
we'll
so
see.
too. Okay.
But I will adjust that food tomorrow.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, dear. Okay, so now I'm going to ask, does anybody else have a horse or feet that they want to look at or talk about?
Linda, I have to say good night because it's very late.
Yeah, okay. Good
And
night,
I'm
dear.
really grateful to everybody. Thank you so much for
Okay.
all the information and discussions today.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay, well, good night. Have a good sleep.
Thanks. Bye.
Sleep well, Elena. Bye.
Bye. Thank
What are
you.
what am I looking at here, Tiffany?
While you were chatting, I did my homework, I think.
Okay. Well, look at the blood in the toe.
Little's blood and toe.
Now,
But look at me not panicking. Look at me not
why is
panicking.
that there?
That is a great question. I believe we're still moving our stuff, our internal foot back.
Yeah, and so his wall and toe got a little long and little pressure, and it put pressure on the lamina higher up.
Mm-hmm.
And since the especially the white line is porous, and so anything that bleeds upstairs leaches down into the bottom base of the white line. And so what you can tell from that is that your toe got long and there was pressure on it, and that's what caused it. See?
Yeah.
That's all. It happens all the time.
Well, this was
See?
the foot that we looked at earlier that you said bring the frog into boundaries. And this is my boundaried frog attempt.
Well, you got a good start there. It looks like it's pretty tough frog. You know, you took off quite a bit of the front of that from what I see. Let me go look back.
That was it for you. Put it your markings in the previous if you go in the opposite direction. There. Oh, one back.
Oops.
There. That
Okay.
was from today's
Yeah.
workshop.
Well, you're doing a good job there. You're getting a good start. See, I can tell that that's old frog. How's it feel?
It's
Maybe
not
it's
happy.
not.
It's a little bit hard. We really did have 5 weeks without rain and then it just poured.
Okay.
So it's a little bit it has like these, you can, if you zoom in, you can see it's a little bit like the start of what looks like thrush and what wants to exfoliate.
Okay.
It's having some growing pains.
It looks like you got dark frog here and some white stuff there.
Yep, that's accurate.
So that's that is stuff that can all go, because that is not real. That, who God only knows how long that's been there. You know, uh, it's ancient, ancient. The whole frog should be this color. So, gosh, and maybe that's been on there for years, I'll bet you.
Well, kind of like how Ali was just sharing, there was a moment where I took him down almost to the corium on this frog and to the corium on the other frog. So it's not
Okay.
that ancient. It's just coming in stale.
Yeah. Okay.
But we'll get there. I'll be persistent. I'll continue.
Okay. Okay. Well, I can be wrong.
Mm-mm.
I've built my reputation on being wrong. See,
Okay.
I always say the greatest compliment I ever got from a farrier on YouTube years ago was, how can somebody who doesn't know what they're doing teach somebody who doesn't know what they're doing? Right? Well, because we know we don't know what we're doing. Okay, you guys think you know what you're doing, but you don't know what you're doing, and you're in a much worse place.
That's true.
Yep.
That's very true.
Yeah.
And yet here we are.
Here we are. Here we are. If not me, who?
That's right. Thank God for
Right?
you. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, and when I say that, I mean us. I mean you as an individual. If not you, who? Who's going to help your horse?
that's right.
Nobody.
That's
You
right.
know, uh, nobody. And it still amazes me. The more I get to see what the feet should be like, it just blows my mind how horrible the feet are out there.
Mhm.
But now I understand why too. And so at some point here, I'm going to have a special hoof chat where I'm going to go into a great deal of detail about the frog pressure theory, how it was developed, and how we were getting out of it, and how Jamie Jackson got us back into it. And it reads like a crime novel. Like, no kidding. It's that intense. His his real story, you ain't never read nothing like it in your life. I haven't, and I've read a lot of stuff. Okay? Well, I never read nothing like this. Nothing. Okay? And I mean, it's it's flabbergasting to say the minimum. I told you about uh on that interview he had on YouTube. Let me find it here. Let's go there. Um Jamie Jackson, History of the Barefoot. He's got 2 interviews on there now. Okay, where are you at? Oh, maybe he took it off. Hmm, interesting. Wonder why. Maybe he knows I'm on to him. That is interesting. Let me do that again. See it right here? You can see it right here. Ah, there it is. Okay. Okay, so in this interview, hold on. In this interview, towards up in here somewhere. Oh, here we are. The shadow. See it right there? The shadow. It's interesting how they do this. The shadow. Here, I want to play this for you. Hold on just a second. Hold on. Oh, let me share. with the video. So you know, this ain't me, man. This ain't me. What I'm going to tell you, what he wrote in this book. Did it come out in 2023? Okay. Just a minute here. How do we do this? Let's see. Video. No, that's not it. More. Let's see. Share. Advanced. Share sound and optimize for video sharing. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Screens. Okay, now he's going to tell you about the last day he was in wild horse country. Okay, see, right now he was down here in Arkansas. All right, and he closed down his operation down there, and he's over. I don't know if he's still there, but he's over in England. And so this gal is interviewing him because he's doing clinics on Paddock Paradise. And so here's what he says. Just a minute here. Da, 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 da. Where am I at here? Can you see that? Anybody there? Hello?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
Yeah. I had this very, very strange and almost mystical experience on the last day. I had reached this huge cliff back in the mountains. And it was like this shadow came over me, like a dark cloud. And it said, "You're to get the hell out of here. You're done here." This is 1986. Your life's about to change. So I changed it radically. And you've heard the story about what I charged people. And so it was sort of a fanatical thing that I did, but it was the right move.
Okay, so I happened on to this this thing about a year or so ago. About a year ago. And let me play you the very first part of it. Just a minute here. Just a second. Okay, first encounter with horses, that ain't it. Wait a minute. Let me find it. Okay, well, somewhere in here.
Linda, can I
Yeah.
interject?
Yeah.
So if he's in England, he can't trim unless he's gone to school and got totally,
Yeah, he's not trimming over there.
yeah.
He's doing his Paddock Paradise deal. But no, people can trim in England. They just can't apply anything to the foot.
I thought to constitute your, like to say that you're a farrier, you have to be
Well,
because my farrier actually went to England 2 years ago and he met up with a bunch of farriers over there and was with Yogi Sharp, and Yogi would not allow him to trim anything because he wasn't designated as have the proper title to be a farrier in England. Wouldn't let him trim.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Well, but you can trim.
I don't
There's
think
lots
so.
of, yeah, you can. Yes, you can.
All
You
right.
just cannot apply anything. You can't even put a cast on the foot.
Yeah.
But you can trim. Yeah, because they got equine podiatrists over there and everything else over there, and people trimming all over the place. Okay? But you just cannot apply anything to the foot. You can't put a cast on it or anything. You can't glue a shoe on it. Nothing like that. Okay? Because I've dealt with people and know people from over there that do trim horses. See? And stuff. So he's not over there trimming anyway.
Yeah.
He's over there promoting his pasture paradise book and stuff, where people do tracks and stuff like that. Yeah, he's not trimming anyway and stuff. But uh uh let me see if I can say, okay, so right in the middle here is this is his channel. You see that? Jamie Jackson. Okay, this was put 1 year ago. Now, he takes a piece out of the center of here. And for some reason, he takes that excerpt and he puts it at the very, very front. Okay? Like an introduction. And then it starts here. Jamie Jackson, insights garnered from nature, and you got music, you know. And so he takes this piece out, which, where the heck would it be? When he was at Litchfield. See? What happens is he tells a story the first time he went to the Litchfield Corrals. So I don't know where it is, but it's in here somewhere. And this is so weird what he puts right at the front. Now, you already seen, this is him, okay? Him saying that he comes up to this cliff or whatever, the last days in horse country, and a dark shadow comes over him and says, you're to get the hell out of here. Your work here is done. Your life is about to change, right? Makes it seem, he makes it seem like in this, like it was just one of those things, just a interesting mystical happening by chance. No, contraire, people. Contraire. This was not by chance, and this was not the first time that he had these experiences. Okay, so I'm going to back it up here, and you're going to see what he put at the very beginning, which is mind-blowing considering who we are and what we believe and what's happened to our horses and what we're trying to do. Okay? So now listen to this. Very first thing out of his mouth. Wait a minute.
I said, they got no heels. At that, I didn't understand exactly how the heels were conformed, but flat as a pancake. And he goes, oh, I remember he was moaning on the phone. He said, what about the angles? From what I can see, they're high. They're not low. He said, how can it be high when there's no heel? I said, I don't know. I got to figure that out, So that's another whole story. There was the story in the corrals, and there's a story with the horses. And then there's a story about when I come back with my clients, into domestication and how Jamie Jackson's going to deal with all that. Right, the wild horse model was just beginning to present itself. Very, very dry.
So anyway, then he gets up here and he starts a deal. Okay, so why would he take that and put that right at the front? Right? So I've told you about who he's talking to. He's talking to Leslie Emery, who is said to be the author of this book I've had on my desk, Horseshoeing Theory and Hoof Care. Said to be the author, and I thought he was the author too. And that's what everybody else thinks. He's the author. Guess what? He only put the book together. He's not the author. The author was two older guys by the name of Jim Miller and Dr. Niles Van Hoosen, who also taught at a university, was a big-time equid vet. Okay? And Jim Miller based his whole program on wild horse feet and the fact that they had heels. He had pretty extensive experience being around wild horses. And so him and Niles Van Heusen got together and they worked for 12 years on over 300 case studies developing this book. Just a minute, I got to get my, what the heck? Am I out? Oh, I didn't have it plugged in and I'm out of battery. Yep, that's it. Well, I can't show you now. Well, I can still show you. Okay, let me show you this still here. Just a second here. Where is it? Come on. Just a second. I got a couple things I want to show you. So, just a second. I got to get on Internet Archive and get this book out. Let me get the share button. Okay, here we go. Okay, so on Internet Archive now, you can get horseshoeing theory and hoof care. I just found this out. So, horseshoeing theory. Right here. This is the book. And if you become a member, you can borrow it because some books you can borrow and others are just free depending on the copyright. So this book, first of all, let me tell you something about this book. Let me borrow it here. Come on, you're slow. Okay, this book was printed by Lee. If you look down here, just a minute. See that right there? Lee and Feiberger, 1977, Philadelphia. You see this little emblem right here? You know what that is, right? That's a medical emblem. This was one of the oldest medical publishing houses in the United States. To get anything published here had to be like top quality research. They just didn't publish crap for anybody. Okay? And so when you get the book, you find that it is high quality, top of the line, gloss pages, the works. Okay? Now look up here. It says Leslie Emery, right? Leslie Emery, Jim Miller, Niles Van Heusen. And if you look anywhere on the web, horseshoeing theory and hoof care, watch horseshoeing theory and hoof care. Well, what do we have here? What we're gonna have is you're gonna find, well, I don't really see it right here, but you will find that everywhere it lists Leslie Emery as the author. Okay. And so like and the book is out of print. Okay. Like here, they want $185 for it, you know. Usually, and here, of course, you're gonna see Miller and Van Heusen, but most of the time you only see Leslie Emery. Okay, now let me show you a picture. Just a minute here. I'm gonna show you something here, just a second. Because see, I thought Leslie Emery was the principal main author, right? Because Jackson met Emery and knew Emery and moved to California just to shoe horses with Emery. And they together decided that Jackson should go look at wild horses' feet. And so that's who Jackson is talking to on the phone when he says they have no heels. And the guy goes, "What do you mean they have no heels?" And he says, just that, they have no heels, flat as a pancake. Well, oh, what about the angle? Dorsal wall angle. Because this is everything that horseshoeing and theory and hoof care is built on. Okay, which was Jim Miller's ideas of wild horse feet. And as again, they worked on over 300 cases curing them of navicular. And so Leslie Emery says, well, what about the dorsal wall? Well, if from what I can see, it's steep. Well, how can they have a steep dorsal wall but no heels? And that's when Jackson says, well, I don't know. I'm going to have to figure that out. What you don't see in that part of the video is what he tells the guy next. He says, but your theories in the book won't work. In one fair swoop, in dealing with that guy, he destroyed what good this book was doing at the time. It took a few more years, but that's why this book is out of print. And this book teaches what we're doing. Okay? Um, so let me show you a picture of Mr. Emery here. Just a minute. Where is it here? This is interesting. Okay. Let me share. Okay, so now you can't now see this is interesting because Mr. Emery, I was trying to remember where did I get this? I'm pretty sure I got it off his Facebook page before he removed it. You know, or it could have been off another page he has. Maybe he hasn't removed it, but there's kind of some weird stuff going on. So anyway, I find this magazine article of Leslie Emery. That's him right there back in 1977. And this is, I don't know, but see, I used to read People magazine all the time. And so they had in the back of the magazine, they always had, or it was either in the front or the back, they'd have this look out, a guide to the up and coming. And so they would tell different little news stories about different people that were doing, young people that were doing things. Like over here, you had Karen Knotts, Dawn Knott's daughter, who's 23, and she's getting into showbiz and she's talking about stuff she's doing. And so then they have this article here on Leslie Emery. Okay, and I'm going to read it what it says. It says Leslie Emery's literary interest seems as quaint as the buggy whip. Just a minute, I got a cough. Hold on. Seems as quaint as the buggy whip. His book, published last May, that would have been May 1977, is titled Horseshoeing Theory and Hoof Care. He began work on it 5 years ago when his horse Rebel fell victim to navicular lameness, a bone disease which usually cripples an animal. Emery was determined to save Rebel. A friend recommended a farrier. That's someone who shoes horses, named Jim Miller, who had found ways to counteract the effects of the disease by special shoeing. Miller also had other ideas about proper care of horses' hooves. Emery, then a sophomore, okay, so he's like 22. Emery, then a sophomore at Evergreen State College in Olympia, Washington, decided to write a book on the subject and spent hours talking to Miller and a veterinarian. Says Emery, I finally decided I was not going to accept what they said until I did it myself. He took a 15-week farrier course at Oregon State University, then returned home to Lake Oswego, Oregon, to set up his own horseshoeing business. The book took him 3 years to finish, whereupon Emery had a second career, writing. As a major in English composition at Knox College in Illinois last spring, Emery submitted a short story, which won first prize for fiction in a literary competition. After his graduation in June, Emery, he's now 25, packed up his farrier's equipment and headed back to Oregon, where he intends to shoe horses, eat, and write. Well, that's just so special. And of course, I read that and I assumed Leslie Emery did write the book, right? And so, here a year or so ago, I found out where he lives and I called him. In fact, I've talked to him twice. And the first time I talked to him, I was like, man, see, I hadn't really read this whole book, Horseshoeing Theory and Hoof Care, yet. And but I had glossed through it and I saw the pictures and read the deal on frog pressure theory and I saw where they're, growing heels on horses. And so, I knew, yeah, this is good, right? Okay, well, so I assumed, yeah, Leslie wrote the book. And so I call him and I say, hey, I've always just really wanted to meet you. And I just, think your book is great, even though I hadn't read the whole thing. Okay, just somebody growing heels, right? And I said, yeah. I said, you were right. You were right all along. And he wasn't really into me telling him that, you know? Anyway, I had a conversation with him and it just didn't make much sense to me. But one thing he told me, because I kept telling him about the true foot of the horse, about the true foot, all of a sudden he started going, you're dangerous. You're dangerous. And I'm like, what's this planet's this guy off of? And what it is people like him, because he never stayed being a farrier. Let me show you a picture of what he looks like now. That's him now. That's Leslie Emery as Sigmund Freud, people. Okay, he went to college. He became some sort of psycho mythological BS spewer and stuff. And he says, you're dangerous because you shouldn't be saying the true foot of the horse. And if you have anything, well, it's got to be really simple. It's got to be really simple if you're going to do it and stuff like that. So I don't really have that great a conversation with him. I had not seen the video of Jamie Jackson yet. Okay. Okay, so while later I see the video of Jamie Jackson, and plus I'm putting it together that Jackson doesn't. Okay, he's got the natural horse three times, 1992, 1997, and 2020. He says he measured, examined, and photographed 107 horses or over 400 hooves in the first two editions. By the third edition, he says, oh no, it was 225 horses and it was over 1,000 feet, but he doesn't have one photo. What's that tell you? Where's the documentation, right? So I was thinking about this and I thought, you know what? I'm going to call Leslie Emery again and I'm going to ask him if he ever saw the documentation because by then I'm starting to see, well, something's going on with Leslie Emery and Jamie Jackson here. And so I called him to ask him, did you see the documentation, the pictures? And all he kind of ho hums around. And he goes, "Oh, well, I saw his bio specimens. He saw the dead feet. He never saw any of the photos. Probably because, well, where are they? Right? So now I want to read you something out of this book here. Just a minute. Out of Horseshoeing Theory and Hoof Care. You have seen that Leslie Emery, when he is 25 years old and just graduating, how he started the book when he's a sophomore. Okay. Now I want to read you something out of that book. Just a minute here. Okay. So as we see, Horseshoeing Theory and Hoof Care, let me switch the screen share. Come on, where are you at? Share. right here. Okay, let's go over here. Let's look at the dedicated to. What's the dedicated to say? Looky here, isn't this cute? To Rebel and the other horses that taught us which theories and treatments were the most accurate because they are the ultimate authority. Now let's keep going. We got the preface. We're going to skip that. Okay, but it's full of the letters us and we, totally jam-packed full of us and we this. And it's signed by whose name is first? Leslie Emery, Jim Miller, and Niles Van Hoosen. Now we have the acknowledgments. Now listen to this. The primary authors of this book are Jim Miller, a professional horseman, farrier, and member on withdrawal from the International Union of Journeymen Horseshoers, and Niles Van Hoosen, a veterinarian. Jim Miller has been a jockey, licensed trainer on recognized racetracks, and rodeo contestant. And of course, a horseshoer, right? He has had considerable experience with jumpers and polo ponies and has a preliminary training in veterinary medicine. Okay, so that's Jim Miller, and he's older. He ain't no 22-year-old kid, people. Niles Van Hoosen is a graduate and former assistant professor, an assistant professor. What do professors do? What do assistant professors do? They teach college kids, right? They grade papers, right? They're going to tell you is, hey, you can't use AI to write that thesis, okay? And you can't plagiarize anybody. They're going to notice it, right? Says he is a long-standing member, so he's an older guy. He's got experience. Both these guys do. Long-standing member of the American Association of Equine Practitioners and has been in equine practice in the Pacific Northwest for 33 years. So these two guys got the experience. What does it say? The primary authors of this book are Jim Miller and Niles Van Hoosen. It says the basic concepts of this book. I wouldn't even say basic, I'd say concepts. Okay. The basic concepts of this book originated with Jim Miller over years of using and shoeing all types of horses. His experience with wild horses. Now, this is important, people, because according to Jamie Jackson, nobody ever had any experience with wild horses before him. The basic concepts of this book originated with Jim Miller over years of using and shoeing all types of horses. His experience with wild horses, and using horses. His experience with wild horses and using horses. You know what that means? I know what that means because I know what a using horse is. This doesn't just mean we used horses in dry climates like it's trying to make it sound here. It's talking about what's a using horse. A using horse is a horse you use to do a job like on a ranch. Okay? It's not just barrel racing or pole bending or roping or jumping or polo. Using horses. And when you're on a ranch using horses, you get around wild horses. I know because I lived out on that country that right where they're talking about, and I've seen those horses. And I've been around those cowboys. See? So let me go back there. Okay, so the basic concept of the book originated with Jim Miller, his experience with wild horses and using horses in dry climates was crucial to his re-evaluation of the traditional methods of shoeing. In other words, and there's 8 or 9 pages in here on the false doctrine of frog pressure, people. The two men shared the knowledge obtained from their professions for more than 12 years to gain the insights and information presented in this book. The free exchange between their professions is largely responsible for their success. They worked together on over 300 cases. So 12 years, people, 300 cases of hoof-seated lameness that were treated by shoeing, the majority being navicular lameness. Now, I've had y'all read the research paper by Henry Hamerling, how he talks about how for thousands of years it was believed that the horse should have high heels with the frog off the ground. And then, mysteriously in, the 1700s with LaFosse, it changes, shoe them after my method. Cut the heels down, make them walk on the frog. And ever since then, we've had problems. And then he talks about how the pendulum, though, Hamerling wrote the book in 1990, or he wrote his paper in 1990. He says in the last 25 years, the pendulum has started to sling back. And people are seeing that horses need heels. Well, guess when these guys started their collaboration together? 1965. Take 1990 and minus 25 years, that's 1965. This book was printed by medical printers. I can't say it as fancy. And this book was making the rounds, people. And they were curing navicular and other hoof-seated lameness issues in the horse's foot. And so along comes Leslie Emery. Now you notice that Jim Miller also had experience with polo horses. Well, here, let's read about Leslie Emery here. Where are we at here? However, though they had done all this, 12 years, everything else, let me take a drink of coffee. However, they were not prepared to produce a book on their own. Thus, they entered into an extended relationship with Leslie Emery, who, what did he do? He arranged and expanded on their material and ideas and wrote the book. That's not the way he made it sound in People. He made it sound like it's pretty much all his idea. And notice that he didn't even mention the name of Professor Niles Van Heusen. See? So it says, thus they entered into an extended relationship with Leslie Emery, who arranged and expanded on their material and ideas and wrote the book. Emery is a farrier. Was he a farrier? No. When did Emery become a farrier? When did Emery take farrier classes? after he wrote the book for these guys. Emery is a farrier, and how did he get to know these guys? Well, gee, his polo pony. If you look over here, he's a 3-goal rated member of the United States Polo Association, and he's also in the United States Pony Club, and he has trained and shown hunters and jumpers and events horses. He's not a poor kid, okay? So his horse Rebel, one of the 3 he would have had to have to even play polo, because you got to have a string of polo ponies. You got to have a minimum of 3 per game because they wear them out. So his polo pony gets navicular. And so it could be that Niles Van Heusen was already their veterinarian. I don't know. Okay, but they're all from around the same place here. However it was, he winds up with Jim Miller and Niles Van Heusen working on that horse, and of course that horse gets healed, right? But they'd already been working 10, 12 years before that kid ever showed up. Now, this makes me wonder, whose idea was it to write the book? Because look, you're going to find out something here. You know, kid comes in there, hey, man, these guys are onto something, man. You know, see, I know people like this. So I'm going to read that again. However, they were not prepared to produce a book on their own. Thus, they entered into an extended relationship with Leslie Emery, who arranged and expanded on their material and ideas and wrote this book. Emery is a farrier, a 3-goal rated member of the United States Polo Association, a graduate, a member of the United States Pony Club, and has trained and shown hunters and jumpers and event horses. Now, who else is involved in the book? This is interesting. Grateful acknowledgement is given to Howard Beardmore, DVM, another vet, who is a professor, also a professor of veterinary medicine at Washington State University with Niles Van Heusen, see, and who first encouraged Jim Miller to reevaluate the traditional methods of shoeing in light of Jim's wide experience, not just with horses, people, with wild horses. It was his experience with wild horses that gave him all these ideas. Now they say, here we go, this is getting interesting now. A medical illustrator was required to produce new illustrations of the anatomy and physiology of the hoof and leg. You know why they needed new ones? Because the old ones, as I have been telling you for years now, are incorrect. Okay? This task was superbly performed by Marjorie Emery. Well, who's Marjorie Emery? Marjorie Emery is young Leslie's mama. Okay? It says a lifelong horsewoman. And these people aren't poor people. Just remember that. We are deeply grateful to her for her assistance. And sure, that's great. She did a good job. But see, now we're getting the family involved. We're going to find out how Les here got his name at the top. We are deeply grateful for her assistance. Her knowledge of anatomy was indispensable. Yeah, well, maybe so, but she had to change her knowledge of anatomy in order for it to conform to Jim Miller's understanding of the wild horse foot. I'll tell you that right now. Okay, so now that's not the end, though. It's a family affair, folks. Special thanks are also due to John Emery, Marjorie's husband, without whose backing, you know what that means, right? Money, 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 money. Without whose backing and assistance, this book would not have been possible. Probably had some ties higher up to where they could actually get this book to be printed by this very prestigious medical publishing house. We owe considerable thanks to John Foss, who gave generously of his time and knowledge to edit this work, and the many photographs are indispensable and are but a fraction of those taken as possible illustrations. The difficult task of getting suitable ones was made much easier by the patience and care of our photographer, Andrew Van Helvegen. And then it's signed again, L.E. Leslie Emery, J.M. NVH. See, it makes me wonder, why did they look in the preface here? It's all signed by them. In the acknowledgments, was there even going to be any acknowledgments that Jim Miller and Niles Van Hoosen had anything to do with this book, you think?
Linda, I think it goes back up to the second paragraph from the bottom where it talks about right there, special thanks, John Emery. So you figure John Emery backing and assistance. So if they didn't have the money and assistance from him, the illustrations from Marjorie, the book probably wouldn't have happened, which is maybe why Leslie got his name first.
Absolutely.
Yep, that's exactly right. And stuff, but it was none of it was their
But
idea.
without them, we wouldn't have had the book, and it's got good stuff in it. So there you go.
But that ain't the point. The point is that this twerp tried to take all the credit for it. That is the point. See? That's the point. And
not very ethical.
No, not at all. Not at all. And so here's the deal. So these weren't his ideas, right? See, I wondered why. How could Jamie Jackson talk this guy out of his book? When that's Jamie Jackson talking to Leslie Emery on the phone. Okay? Here, listen to it again. This is who he's talking to.
You're breaking up, Linda.
It wasn't his idea.
They got no heels.
Exactly.
He wasn't married to it.
Exactly. Here, I'm going to do this again.
I said they got no heels. At that, I didn't understand exactly how the heels were conformed, but flat as a pancake. And he goes, "Oh!" I remember he was moaning on the phone. He said, "What about the angles? From what I can see, they're high. They're not low." He said, "How can it be high when there's no heel?" I said, "I don't know. I got to figure that out, So that's another whole story. There was the story in the corrals, and there's a story with the horses.
Okay, so
it's all a big story. It's all a big story, Linda. He's trying to do is make money. It's just a big story. And that Emery guy, he had no skin in the game. So he was going to go along with Jamie Jackson and make some money. Yeah. And look, he's changed his careers how many times, right?
Yep.
So they're both a couple of unethical goofs. And this guy, he's unbelievable. It's crazy that you keep on believing your own shit and then keep on changing the story over the years, right? Like, wow.
And the horses pay the price.
Exactly. And because Jim Miller and Niles Van Hoosen were older.
Yeah.
Okay. They probably passed away in 1988. Okay. So you got this timeline here. Let me tell you a story. So I find these timelines that Jamie Jackson wrote about the barefoot movement, and there were two different ones under a PDF. And in the first one, he says 1988. Leslie Emery Leslie Emery's name's all over it. And he says, Leslie Emery is invited by the American Ferries Association to give a talk in Lexington, Kentucky, but says he will only do it contingent upon them letting Jackson come and share his research. Okay. I find another one he did later where he says 1988, Leslie Emery and Jamie Jackson are co-invited by the American Berries Association to come and give their joint presentation. See what he did? And this is really funny because in his first book, let me read you what he says in his acknowledgments about Leslie Emery. It's pretty interesting. He says, first of all, he's got 2 pages of acknowledgments thanking everybody and their dog. And he says, I wish to thank my dear friend Leslie Emery, a brave and brilliant thinker who rolled up his sleeves every inch of the way to help me deal persistently with the awesome and frightening paradoxes that confronted me as I delved deeper into the shadowy and strange ways of nature. Shakespeare wrote, Madness looms in that direction, and without Les's companionship and technical insights, I might never have found my way through it all as well as I did. Now, what I'm going to tell you here is Jamie Jackson, in another place, says he was not prepared to write a book. Guess who wrote his book for him?
Emery.
Yeah.
I've got to
Yeah.
sign off. This is fascinating, but I got to sign off. Have a good one, you guys.
Okay, you
Take
too.
care, Marilyn.
Now,
It is fascinating, Linda. It's sad, but you know how many of these true American farrier guys that believe this, not this guy, they didn't,
yeah.
right? They didn't.
Oh,
But
well.
he created a whole movement because
Mhm.
of people who wanted their horses to have
Yeah.
no shoes and
Yeah,
natural
natural, right? And
movement.
he
Yeah.
rode right in on the cusp of the
Yeah.
natural, what is it? Natural horsemanship.
Yeah.
See?
The lady Linda Pirelli just had that hoofing marvelous lady at her site.
Oh,
So
geez.
right, you know, so it's all it's all crazy that this stuff is
Yeah.
still
Well,
going.
it's worse than that.
Yeah.
See, this is the mild part,
Yeah.
believe it or not. This is the mild part. Okay? So Jamie Jackson progressively in his books, so Natural Horse 3 times, begins to write Leslie Emery out.
Of course.
How funny is that? Okay. Leslie Emery is trying to write Jim Miller and Niles Van Heusen out to where, look in that article, some vet, right?
Yeah.
And so I got to thinking, why did he not even want to mention that vet's name? And how is it, anyway, I just have this theory that Niles Van Heusen, being a professor, saw what Emery was doing.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And so he said, no, 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 no. You need to write an acknowledgement and you need to
Yeah.
make sure that you put Jim Miller in there
Yeah.
as these ideas originated with him. Okay. So Emery grudgingly
Yeah.
writes the acknowledgement, makes sure to put himself in there so and stuff. And so so then eventually Jackson pretty much writes him out. So like in the acknowledgments in his second edition in 1997, he says it's, first of all, he cuts it down to about a third of the size. And he says, Mr. Leslie Emery, principal author, he knows damn good and well that Emery was not the principal author. I'm going to tell you that right now. And he also goes out of his way to make sure to say things like, the men that did that book didn't know anything about wild horses. You understand? He says, Mr. Leslie Emery, principal author of Horseshoeing Theory and Hoof Care, will forever be in close confidence. The Natural Horse undoubtedly would never have been written had it not been for Les's inspirational work, as well, meaning Horseshoeing Theory and Hoof Care, as well as his input, both as a horse professional, philosopher, and friend. This book bears his indelible mark. So he's toned it down a little there. And by the time we get to the third book, there are no acknowledgments whatsoever. And all he says in the preface to the 2020 edition is, in 1977, a client passed me a book called Horseshoeing Theory and Hoof Care by two farriers and an equine vet. See how I wrote him out?
Yeah.
Funny as heck. Early
It'd
in the
be,
book, what?
it'd be interesting to if there was ways to track down the families, Miller's family
I
and
sure
Van
would like
Houston's
to.
family, and say,
Yeah,
okay, you know what? We need to. Where's their research? Because like they probably kept it. You know, like
yeah,
families wouldn't have thrown that kind of stuff away when
that's
they
right.
got and to prove these, and maybe Leslie Emery finally said, don't mention me in your books anymore.
No,
Who
that
knows?
is not the way it was.
Who knows,
Okay,
right? Well,
because
he
they
might
are
have,
still connected. Leslie
yeah,
Emery invented the radius rasp. Do you know what that is?
yeah, that round
Okay,
thing.
he invented the radius rasp and he invented the soul rasp. And
Yeah,
Jackson sells them on his deal.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Uh,
They're
yeah,
still making money together. Still,
well, a little bit.
yeah, yeah,
So he says early in the book, the authors mentioned the wild horses as an important model for hoof care, but none of them had actually studied the hooves of wild horses. Instead, they speculated and came up with a shoeing method that purportedly correlated shoulder and hip angles with front end hoof angles, respectively. It sounded good, but unfortunately, it failed because, so I learned later, it didn't actually comport with what the wild horse hoof was about. But the authors did plant a seed in my mind concerning the possible viability of the wild horse as a model. I'm going to tell you that's a flat out inconsistent with what he tells you in this book, Into the Mystic. I have never read a book like that. I have been reading on it for the last 2 weeks. I got to tell you, it's I wouldn't even know where to start to tell you that this guy, like God, I mean, oh my God, this guy, this book is 390 pages full of supernatural entities talking to him, leading him, guiding him, giving him visions. Uh, you name it. You name it. I have never read anything of anyone having these kinds of experiences, being led, hearing audible voices. Okay, let me give you an example where he says, like it just was the first time it ever happened that a dark spirit came over him. Well, that ain't what happened. He tells you what happened in the book. In the book, his spirit guide leads him up onto this mountain that he'd had a vision of 10 years previous out there where he's supposedly studying wild horses. And he takes an elk hide with him that's got symbols painted on it. And this entity tells him to get naked and to lay on this pad in different ways. Okay. And after he does this, after he obeys this entity, that's when it tells him, your work here is done. You're to get the hell out of here and never come back. Your life is about to change. And this is after 10 years of him having out of body experiences and every kind of off the wall, freaking supernatural 399 pages of him going for 10 years talking to an entity. There you have it.
That spells evil to me. Linda, thank you so much.
Sure
I've got to
spells
go.
something. Sorry.
That spells evil to me. I have to go pick up my dog, so I have to say goodnight to all you ladies, but thank you again for a wonderful chat. Thanks,
Okay,
Linda,
good
for
night.
all the insight.
Well, I have just been wanting to share that because I knew something was up with this guy from the get-go, that something was wrong with his research. And now what the heck? You know, it started out with him getting hit in the head over in Korea and having out of body experiences going into Vietnam. Then he has a vision of him on a paint horse or a pinto horse riding up a cliff. And look, this is like 7, 8 years before he was ever out there supposedly looking at wild horses. See, so what do you say to something like that? You know? So this stuff in Barefoot is not based on science. His book is not based on science. It is based on him finding one dead wild horse foot that had no heels and a steep dorsal wall, and then making that the foot that everybody was supposed to trim their horses into. Well, what led him to do that? I mean, he's already says, he claims, this isn't me. This isn't me claiming it. This isn't me saying, oh, hooky pook. This is him claiming that he was led by an entity to write the book, The Natural Horse, and to present everything in The Natural Horse the way it was. It is not science, it is mysticism. And he used one single foot that fit his idea. Oh, no heels and a steep dorsal wall. See, there you go. That's why all our horses are going crippled, because this is not science, it's nature worship. It's mysticism. It's the opposite of empirical knowledge, where it's what empirical, science, what you can see, what you can replicate, things like that. See? So anyway, where are we going here? Well, that's all I got for this hoof chat. Oh God, this is driving me crazy. Just a minute here.
Thank you.
Oh well, gee, no problem. Just a second. Okay, where am I at? Stop share. Oh, anyway, any comments on any of that?
Well, I think you solved an important mystery, and it's right there in writing how
Yeah.
Leslie Emery and his family kind of funded this book. But in a way, that we're grateful for it because it supports the TACT cause.
Yeah.
And secretly, I can't wait for you to read the book that I sent you.
Oh yes. Yes, that book's vital as well and stuff. We're going to talk about that on next Hoof Chat.
Okay.
Okay.
I have an update for you too. We're not sharing, right?
Wait a minute. Let me end. Nope, I don't want to end meeting. Hold on. I'm going to end
We can talk
the live
privately.
stream.
It's okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
hey, since you guys are ending, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. It's Devin. I just wanted to say goodbye.
Well, goodbye.
I've been listening, but I've been working, so
That's okay.
Anyways,
Who is?
Congratulations on that video.
what video?
The one you posted, I think, of that gelding that you've helped restore.
Oh, yes, Dan. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
He's a little footy on gravel, but she's
we're not
riding
using
him
footy.
again. We're not using footy. That's why I used that word, is because I heard you
Delete
guys
it.
talking about that.
Delete it.
That's funny.
But yeah, almost a year and he's back in the saddle. So yay.
Well, good. That's awesome.
Kudos.
All right. Well, you guys have a great day. It was fun listening in today.
Okay, bye.
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 Thank you.
Who is Zoom user?
I think that's Roberta.
Is that you, Roberta? No, she's usually iPhone.
Oh, okay.
How do I do
It
that?
probably is because I use two different phones.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I want to say hi to Gail. Are you there, Gail?
Yes, I'm.
Okay, Gail, have I talked to you before? Hello?
I'm going to sign off. Good night, everyone. Thank you for a
Okay, bye,
great chat, and
Tiffany.
thank you from Joaquin and me. Thank you.
Bye, dear.
Bye.
I think I have. I do know you, Gail, don't I? Your name looks familiar. She probably, she, she,
There. Can you hear me now?
yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay. I had it muted when I thought I was on.
Oh, I was seeing that. I thought, I bet she's muted and doesn't know it
Yeah.
and stuff. So Gail, can you tell me a little bit about yourself so I know who I'm talking to?
I've actually followed you way back from the days of Molly, but
Okay.
I'm one of those shy people that doesn't talk a lot. But we have talked a couple times on chat.
I thought so, you know.
Um, I'm in the just a couple years younger than you. Got sick of farriers uh, herding horses, not showing up, just not listening.
Yeah, no kidding.
So I at one point just said, screw it, I'm gonna try it myself.
Yeah.
And so I have, and I mostly use grinders. My hands are my husband and I used to have a construction company, and my hands are so arthritic now I can't use most of the regular stuff.
Yeah, I can relate.
Um, but I right now I have 4 horses.
Hmm.
And but I do have a question for you because I got a
Okay.
call from my daughter.
Okay.
Um, she has a horse that is has an abscess going on, and it's trying to pop out the coronary band.
Okay. Well, then
I've
that,
never I've never had that. So she called me and said, "So how do I treat this?" And it's like, I don't know. I've
mm,
never treated one. So how do you treat them?
well, that means that it should have come out the bottom and it couldn't. So that means that the sole and some different things are covering it up. Just a minute here, just a second. Wait a minute. That means that there's probably some real congestion and things clogging up the sole. And so the horse got a sore on the bottom of his foot that couldn't come out. And
Right.
so it traveled up and went out the top. You know, you should ask her to send you some pictures of the sole and then friend me on Facebook and then send me pictures and I can tell you why it happened.
Okay. I knowing my daughter, God, she's my daughter and I love her to pieces, but I'm gonna guess that she didn't keep up with this horse's feet.
Yeah.
And there we have it. Because she did admit to me, well, I kind of let her get long. Well, if she's admitting she was long, this horse was really long.
Yeah.
Um, like I said, she's my daughter and I love her, but sometimes she doesn't have the sense God gave a goose.
I
But
understand.
she says that at the top of her coronary band, a lump appeared, and we're thinking it's pus filled. Would it be better for that horse if she shaved it and popped it? Or just,
Well, if that's even what it is, or if she's getting mechanically foundered,
oh God.
if her toes are really long, then her sole can fall through the front of the foot, and then they'll get a dip or a lump, like depends on where it's at,
Yeah,
you
see,
know.
I don't even know. So,
Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to know exactly where it's at. Is it in the
oh,
center of the toe, up at the dorsal wall, or is it over to the side and things like that? So it could be a number of different things.
okay. Well, I will call her and have her send me some pictures and send them. And
Okay.
anyway, there you go.
I understand.
But yeah, she calls me and asks me, and it's like I don't know. I've never dealt
Yeah.
with an abscess coming out the top.
Yeah,
So you
I'll
know,
sure try and help you guys out.
oh,
If she'll take pictures. If she'll take them, maybe she don't want you to see.
well, that could be too. She may not, um, because she knows I'd get after her.
Yeah.
The pain gets worse before it gets better on them. My horse just had one out the coronary band.
Well, she said that she had been sore for a few days, and then she went out and she was, three-legged lame. She wasn't bearing
Ooh,
any
that's
weight
not
on
good.
it.
Yeah.
So, and that's when she calls mommy.
Yeah. Yeah. Does she just
And
have the one horse or others?
well, she has two, but she's had horses her whole life. I've had horses.
Yeah.
She's
Okay.
in she's early 40s, and I've had horses
Yeah.
for 40 years. So,
Okay.
she's not inexperienced around them. I mean, she got a full ride scholarship to judge horses.
Wow. Yeah.
So it's not like it's not like she doesn't know, she just doesn't do,
Hmm. Just gets
you know.
busy. And do they
Yes.
still ride them and stuff, or are they just kind of pasture pets?
I think they're just pasture pets right now. She would love to get back into riding.
Hmm.
She and I had actually a huge falling out 2 years ago and have barely talked. So
Oh,
for her to want my help, I
yeah.
know she has to be really scared.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Because yeah, like I said, we had a pretty good falling out a couple of
Oh,
years ago, and
okay.
have maybe talked like 3 times in two
Well,
years.
that's too bad. Well, I hope you guys can reconcile.
Yes, that would be nice. But I never even thought about the horse um foundering, and that's really scary.
Yeah. Yep, that can happen.
Okay, well, I will ask her to send me pictures,
Okay.
and I will try and get them to you. That would
Okay,
be
great.
wonderful.
Can I
Okay.
bother you for a second, Linda?
Yeah.
I just sent you a picture, and I want of Cheyenne's right front. It's not the one that the real frog's coming through, but
Okay.
her soul is like sloughing off, and
Huh.
I'm taking it. She's walking fine and everything. I'm doing her hooves while the chat, and what's loose, I'm taking it off, and
Oh,
you'll
okay.
see it in the
So you're
picture.
you're right into it
You
there.
oh yeah,
Let's okay.
yes ma'am.
Just a minute here. Okay. Oh, I see ya here. Wow. Wow, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
and it is. And what's under it on one side is hard. Now the other side, it's because I just took it off, so it's soft a little.
Uh-huh.
But you can go, Cheyenne. Sorry. Uh, I'm just, if it doesn't lift up off, I don't remove it. But what does lift, I do take it off.
You know what that reminds me of? Road Founder.
Really?
Hmm. Where the whole sole will slough off. And like you can see her foot under there. but it's got a covering over it, you know.
Yeah,
Hmm. Well, that's interesting.
exactly.
Have you been keeping boots on her? Yeah,
Uh,
she's
uh
gonna grow a whole new bottom of her foot. Is she lame on that foot?
no, that's her good foot.
That's amazing. I do know that you got to get that pointy apex out of there.
Yeah, I'm still working.
Okay.
Yep. But I didn't freak out about it just because I remembered you talking. It's been some time ago, and Devin talking
Uh-huh.
about soul coming off. But I mean, she's not in pain.
Which foot is this?
Am I her right front?
Right front.
And
Okay.
even it goes, yeah, and it even will go down into the
Oh
bar
yeah.
wall. Like
Yeah, she
I can pull that on the medial side. I can pull that off just a little bit, but I'm leaving that just because I've exposed what you see. And I kind
Oh
of am,
yeah, that whole bar is gonna come off.
yeah. Oh
She's
yeah.
detaching the whole bottom of her foot.
Yep.
So what I would do is when you get a chance, really get that pointy uh frog apex out of there
Yeah.
because her frog is wanting to back up,
Yeah.
and so the whole foot has obviously moved. Something's
Yes.
gone on here,
Yep.
and so you're just gonna have to take it out a little bit at a time. But I would bevel and get a little leverage off of those walls.
Do I need to go flat or leave like an eighth of an inch? She's gonna be in boots, of course, because she's not gonna go barefooted with it.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide,
No,
should I or shouldn't I and stuff. Um, well, I would go close to flat, but
okay,
and then just do a bevel around to get some of the leverage off.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
But I think that frog is wanting to move back because her foot is still unbinding and
Ye-
stuff like that. And yeah, I think she's gonna be okay though.
yeah. I'm not worried about it actually.
Hmm.
I figured I thought, well, why aren't you worried, Roberta? In my head, like,
Yeah.
well, no, don't. It's okay. So here I am. But yeah, um, that's what I'll do. Now, when it comes time, when enough material in the bar area, I'm wanting like a lot more because where the white line is, you see,
Hmm.
I can take that off. It's just there, it's hanging. But I really want a little bit more before I expose that. What do you think about that?
I missed what you said there.
Just the
Something
bar,
went.
you see the white line on the bar
Yeah.
on the right side looking at the
Yeah.
picture. That's just, it's not attached. But
Okay.
my in my
Well,
mind I'm thinking I want more bar wall to release and then I'll take
yeah.
that off.
Yeah. And just
Okay.
gradually you're gonna just take off things and they're gonna grow back in.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, very interesting looking foot she's got going here.
I'm telling you.
You know, I don't think it hurt that much to take off a little more bar, follow the dirt line, as long as stuff is kind of starting to grow in and stuff too.
Oh yeah. You where it's yeah on both on the yellow side.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, on either side.
either side. Oh.
Yeah.
Now, right by the right below the
Her.
apex where it's yellow,
Yeah.
you know how it always gets a lump of sole there?
Yeah.
Now I kindly been not taking a whole lot of that off.
Okay.
But
Well, see, I know that frog apex is stretched forward over sole.
okay.
So if you can move it back, it might be thin, but sole will grow in there, and
Yeah.
that will release the frog more too, to be able to pull back the way it
Uh,
wants to.
okay. And the lumps on each side of the frog, right behind the apex, do I just gradually take that down?
Yeah,
I know it's not supposed to be there, but I didn't know if it was
yeah. It's
needed.
not real bad though,
Well, I took a lot
but
of it down,
oh, okay, good. Well,
but
then that's good.
okay. I didn't know if I just need to go
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with what's going on. Just that, she's been foundered,
Yep.
as you know, and stuff, and our foot's moving, and now, things are coming loose. It's amazing. She's not lame.
Knock on wood.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe it actually feels good for her foot to release.
Amen.
You know,
Yep. Shiny.
that's interesting.
Yep. So yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, that's that.
Gon-
Yeah, me too.
Hopefully it's changed for the better.
Yeah, yeah. I've seen this happen before. I got some pictures of this on a horse somewhere. Well, okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you. We'll be talking to you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye, dear.
Okay, let's see here. Stop sharing. Okay, well, hey Gail. It was good talking to you. Send me some pictures if I can help you out, okay?
Okay, I will hopefully she'll send them to me and I can send them to you.
Okay, sounds good. Hey, hope we see you soon.